What if the price of a single choice could echo in eternity, binding your soul to the darkest depths of despair? As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting long shadows across the banks of the River Styx, a chilling fog wrapped around the skeletal trees, whispering secrets of the damned. Here, at the threshold of the afterlife, the air was thick with the cries of lost souls, each one a haunting reminder of the choices that led them to this forsaken shore. Charon, the grim ferryman, stood at the water's edge, his silhouette a dark omen against the fading light. He could sense the weight of countless burdens carried on the shoulders of those who approached. Each soul bore a story, a confession sealed in silence. Some sought redemption, while others faced the inevitable reckoning of their sins. The ominous rhythm of the river flowed with a sinister promise, a current that would carry them toward eternal torment or twisted solace. The chill of impending fate hung in the air like a noose, tightening with every heartbeat. Away from the riverbanks, the echoes of Roman voices filled the night, a cacophony of laughter mingling with cries of despair. The citizens of Rome had crafted their own version of the afterlife, one where punishment was as vivid as it was cruel. Each citizen, blessed by life, now faced the murky depths of what lay beyond. The political elite reveled in their wealth, blinded by power, but even they could not escape the seductive grip of the Styx. A woman stepped closer to the water, her heart racing with dread. She hesitated, recalling the moments that had brought her here, betrayal etched into her very being, the faces of those she had wronged swirling like ghosts in her mind. What awaited her on the other side? Would she find forgiveness or be consumed by the eternal flames of her choices? The river pulsed with anticipation, as if it recognized the storm brewing within her soul. Suddenly, a flash of movement caught her eye. A figure emerged from the mist, cloaked in shadows, eyes glinting like shards of glass. It was a spirit lost to time, forever trapped between the world of the living and the realm of the dead, a warning etched in the lines of its face. It gestured toward her, a silent plea for escape, or perhaps a reminder of the futility of hope. As the night deepened and the stars blinked out one by one, the river's murmur grew louder. Each ripple carried the weight of forgotten lives, countless souls shimmering beneath the surface, waiting for their turn to confront the ghosts of their past. The tension mounted, a fierce storm ready to break, as fate stood poised on the precipice of choice. Would she step forward into the abyss, or turn back, forever haunted by the question of what could have been? At that moment, the River Styx was not just a boundary between worlds. It was a mirror reflecting the darkest depths of the human spirit, revealing the haunting truth of eternal torment waiting just a heartbeat away. The water shimmered under a pale, ghostly light, reflecting the souls that dared to hover above its surface. A chilling breeze whispered through the trees, and in that moment, the air felt heavy with untold stories. The River Styx, a name that sent shivers down the spine of even the bravest of souls, lay before them. A dark, winding path veiled in myth and mystery. It wasn't just water. It was the very essence of separation between life and death, a line drawn in the sand that no mortal could cross unscathed. Long ago, before the world was wrapped in the familiar comforts of civilization, the River Styx flowed beneath the watchful gaze of the gods. Born from the primordial chaos, she was the daughter of the ancient entity known as Oceanus and the vast expanse of Tethys. Her waters were not merely liquid. They were infused with the weight of curses and oaths, a binding force that held the fabric of existence together. Every ripple contained the echoes of promises made and broken, the haunting cries of those who had crossed her treacherous depths. The tales of the River Styx began with the Titans, the great gods who once ruled the skies and the earth. In their time, they were powerful and feared, yet even they could not escape the fate that awaited them. When Zeus rose to power, he wielded thunder and light, casting shadows of fear upon the Titans. Their defeat came with a price, and it was here that the River Styx found her place in the world, a witness to the fall of giants, and a channel for the lost souls who wandered aimlessly, seeking solace in her dark embrace. Charon, the gaunt ferryman, stood by her banks, his eyes like hollow pits, waiting endlessly for the souls who had departed from the realm of the living. An ancient coin, a single obol, was all he required to transport the deceased across her murky waters. Many were the tales of those who forgot to pay the fare, doomed to wander the shores for eternity, never able to find peace. The very thought sent a shudder through the hearts of the living, reminding them of their mortality and the fragile threads that held their lives together. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the river, a sense of foreboding filled the air. The River Styx was more than a mere body of water. It symbolized a boundary no one dared breach. To cross it was to face judgment, a trial laid out by the gods themselves. Those who entered her waters emerged changed, their spirits burdened with memories that faded into silence. It was said that one drop could strip away all the memories of joy, leaving only the weight of grief behind. Legends told of a hero named Heracles, who, in a moment of desperation, sought to retrieve the soul of his beloved. Armed with courage and a heart full of love, he faced Charon, bartering with the ferryman for passage. As he stepped onto the boat, the water churned with ancient power, drawing him closer to the underworld. Every stroke of the oar resonated with the moans of the lost, a sound that echoed in the depths of one's soul. Heracles, fearless yet heartbroken, understood that love could transcend even the River Styx, but at what cost? The river was also a silent witness to the fabled tales of Achilles, the great warrior whose life was intertwined with the fates. Dipped into the waters by his mother, Thetis, in her desperate attempt to grant him invincibility, his heel remained untouched. It was a cruel twist of fate, a single vulnerable point that would lead to his downfall. The river, in its haunting beauty, had both the power to shield and to destroy, leaving behind only whispers of what might have been. In the quiet of night, the River Styx glowed under the moonlight, a silver serpent winding through the underworld, leading to places where the shadows whispered the names of the forgotten. The air was thick with tension, a reminder that every soul had a story, and every story carried a weight of consequence. Gods and mortals alike knew the importance of honoring their oaths, for the waters had a memory of their own. Betrayal was a crime that echoed through eternity, and the river's depths could swallow those who dared defy the sacred bonds. Among the stories of the river, the tale of Orpheus stood out like a beacon of hope. A gifted musician, he ventured into the dark underbelly of the world, seeking to bring back his beloved Eurydice. With each note he played, the very stones of the underworld wept, and even Hades softened, promising to return Eurydice as long as Orpheus didn't look back. But the river, ever watchful, knew the weight of temptation. To turn back was to lose everything, and as Orpheus crossed the River Styx, the haunting sensation of loss gripped his heart, each heartbeat a reminder of what he stood to lose. Time passed differently by the River Styx. Days turned into years, and years into eons. Yet the emotions remained fresh as the day they were birthed. It was a place where sorrow met love, where hope intertwined with despair. The river's origins were as murky as her waters, and the stories of those who crossed her were etched into the very stones that lined her banks. She was both a blessing and a curse, a path to the afterlife and a reminder of the life left behind. A gentle rippling sound broke the stillness of the night, pulling the attention of those who dared to linger near her edge. It was as if the river itself whispered secrets of the past, beckoning them closer. An unseen force seemed to swirl around, wrapping itself around hearts and minds, urging them to listen, to understand the gravity of the choices made and the lives lost. As the moon rose higher, the River Styx continued her eternal flow, carrying with her the stories of the ancient world, waiting for the next soul brave enough to hear her call. The air hung thick with an eerie silence, as if the world held its breath on the brink of an unspeakable truth. In the distance, a dark river snaked through a desolate landscape, its waters as black as the void between stars. This was the Styx, a boundary that separated life from death, a treacherous passage where souls were destined to confront their fate. Those who stood on its banks felt an icy shiver crawl up their spines, for they knew that crossing this river meant leaving behind everything they had ever known. On a moonless night, an old man, weary and ragged, approached the edge of the Styx. His trembling hands clutched a worn leather pouch, the contents clinking softly. A few coins to pay Charon, the ferryman. The man had lived a life filled with regret and unfulfilled dreams. And now, as he faced the end, he felt an overwhelming sense of loss. Each step toward the river echoed the mistakes of his past, heavy on his heart like lead weights. As he reached the water's edge, he noticed flickering shadows beneath the surface. Lost souls who had already crossed over, their faces twisted in torment. Nearby, a young woman watched from the shore, her heart racing. She had come to the Styx seeking closure, hoping to catch a glimpse of her mother, who had passed years ago. But now, standing before the dark waters, doubt gnawed at her. Would she truly find her mother? Or would this journey only deepen her wounds? The river whispered secrets, secrets that danced just out of reach, tantalizing and terrifying. She took a step closer, the chilling mist wrapping around her ankles, promising comfort or despair in equal measure. In ancient times, the Styx was revered and feared in equal measure. It was said that the waters held the power to bind oaths, and to betray such a promise was to invite the wrath of the gods. Heroes and mortals alike had given their word beside its banks, with the knowledge that the river bore witness to every vow. The legends spoke of brave souls crossing the Styx to seek glory in the afterlife, while others were condemned to wander its shores in eternal regret. It was a place where destinies converged, where the lines blurred between the living and the dead, and those who dared to approach felt the weight of ages past pressing upon them. Charon, the ferryman, appeared as a dark silhouette against the shimmering water. His eyes glowed with an unnatural light, piercing the darkness. He was an ancient figure, ageless and unforgiving, bound to his duty of guiding souls across the Styx. Those who sat in his boat felt a chill that seeped into their bones, a reminder that the journey they undertook was irreversible. The old man, shaking with fear and anticipation, stepped into the boat, the wood creaking under his weight. Charon offered no words, for none were needed. The silence spoke volumes, echoing the weight of every soul that had ever embarked on this fateful crossing. As the boat glided over the inky waters, the old man's memories flooded back to him. His childhood laughter, the warmth of his mother's embrace, the joy of first love, all of it now a distant echo. Each stroke of Charon's oar stirred the waters, sending ripples that shimmered like ghosts of the past. Distant wails of sorrow floated through the air, mingling with the frosty mist that clung to his skin. He closed his eyes, overwhelmed by the haunting melodies of the lost, a chorus of pain and longing that resonated within him. The young woman, still on the shore, clutched the pendant around her neck, a token of her mother's love. As she watched the boat disappear into the shadows, a wave of desperation washed over her. What if she, too, could find a way across? What if the waters held the answers she longed for? With a pounding heart and trembling hands, she stepped forward, drawn by an inexplicable pull, the river's allure stronger than her fear. The stories of those who had crossed the Styx were woven into the fabric of history. Heroes like Achilles, who dipped into the waters to gain invincibility, yet left his heel vulnerable. Or Orpheus, who dared to descend into the underworld, seeking to reclaim his lost love. Each tale was a reminder of the sacrifices made and the risks taken, of the thin veil that separated hope from despair. The Styx was a mirror reflecting humanity's deepest desires, a haunting reminder of what it meant to live and die. The old man's heart raced as the boat approached the other side, an expanse of misty gray stretching out before him. He could feel the weight of the souls who had come before him, their stories interwoven with his own. As Charon maneuvered the boat toward the shore, he caught a glimpse of figures shrouded in shadow, their eyes filled with longing and sorrow. Were they waiting for him? Had they been lost for eternity? The questions clawed at his mind, bubbling to the surface like a rising tide. The young woman closed her eyes, envisioning her mother's smile, the soft lullabies sung to her as a child. The river's whispers beckoned her closer, urging her to take the leap. She felt the cold water lap at her feet, and with a surge of courage, she waded in, the darkness enveloping her as she surrendered to the pull of the Styx. Would she find solace? Or would she too become one of the lost souls, trapped between existence and oblivion? The boundary between worlds blurred as the old man stepped onto the shore, breathless and disoriented. He looked around, searching for familiar faces, for the comfort of loved ones. The air crackled with tension as the echoes of the past mingled with the promise of the unknown. Each soul was a story, each life a thread woven into the tapestry of eternity. The Styx had become a crossroads, where the living and the dead intertwined, where every heartbeat resonated with the weight of choices made and paths untraveled. As the young woman succumbed to the waters, the ripples spread outwards, entwining her fate with the countless others who had ventured into the depths of the Styx. Time stretched and twisted, each moment a dance of hope and despair. The boundary between worlds was not just a passage. It was a place of reckoning, where every soul had to confront its own truth, where every choice echoed through eternity. The river flowed on, its dark waters forever carrying whispers of those who dared to cross. A constant reminder of the delicate balance between life and death, between love and loss. In the shadowy veil between life and death, where the breath of existence fades like a distant echo, a figure stands, cloaked in darkness. His name is Charon, the ferryman of the Underworld, an enigmatic guide who carries souls across the River Styx. The air around him is thick with the weight of countless lives, a haunting silence punctuated only by the soft lapping of water against the boat's wooden hull. Every day, Charon awaits at the banks of the Styx, his eyes like obsidian, reflecting the fear and sorrow of those who approach. Each soul bears the burden of their past, their regrets swirling in the air like the mist that envelopes the river. To many, he is a grim reaper, a harbinger of their final journey. Yet, he bears no malice. His duty is simply to transport the lost to their eternal resting place. It is a task laden with meaning, even if it is shrouded in darkness. As souls drift towards him, a flicker of recognition dances in their eyes. They know they must pay the toll for passage, a single obol, the coin that will secure their crossing. Charon's weathered hands extend, accepting the gleaming payment with a sad sort of reverence. Each coin tells a story, a lifetime condensed into mere metal, each weight capturing the essence of hopes and dreams left behind. On a day like any other, a young woman named Lyra steps hesitantly onto the bank, clutching a small, tarnished coin in her palm. Her heart races, pounding with the knowledge of what lies ahead. She was once vibrant, full of laughter and love, yet now she finds herself trapped in this liminal space, the sting of her own mortality pressing down on her. In life, she had wished for adventure, but never did she imagine this would be her destination. Charon gazes at her, seeing the flicker of determination mingled with fear in her eyes. He can read her past like an open book, the joys and sorrows etched into her very being. He nods slightly, gesturing for her to board the boat. As she steps forward, the wood creaks under her weight, a sound that seems to echo with the ghosts of the departed. With each stroke of Charon's oar, the boat glides across the murky waters, the landscape of the underworld unfolding before them. Shadows loom on either side, ancient trees twisted and gnarled, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. Whispers of lost souls float through the air, their stories entwined with the very fabric of the place. Charon remains silent, a sentinel of this eternal passage, his gaze steady on the horizon. Lyra looks back at the world she once knew, its colors fading into a blur. The memories flood her mind, her laughter with friends, the warmth of a lover's embrace, the freedom of the open road. Each memory is like a paper crane, delicate and beautiful, yet now crumpled and torn. A tear rolls down her cheek, and she feels a pang of sorrow for everything she has lost. But Charon feels her grief acutely. He knows that to carry each soul means to bear witness to their humanity, their struggle, and their joy. In this silent communion, he becomes a vessel for their memories. The oars cut through the water, producing ripples that distort the reflections of the darkened sky above. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts, heavy with tension. A figure rises from the depths, reaching for the boat with an urgency that cuts through the stillness. It is a man, his face twisted in anguish, eyes wide with desperation. "Help me! I can't go back. I just need another chance," he cries out, his voice raw and trembling. Charon's expression hardens. He has seen this before, the souls trapped in their own regrets, unable to accept the finality of their fate. "There is no return," he replies, his voice steady, like the unwavering current of the Styx. The man's pleas grow frantic, panic lacing each word as he splashes in the water, desperately trying to grasp the edge of the boat. Lyra watches in horror, her heart racing. She feels empathy for the man, and yet, the certainty of Charon's words hangs in the air like a shroud. She realizes that every soul must face their truth, even if it is painful. Charon remains unmoved, his duty clear. As the man continues to thrash, Charon raises his oar, a gesture that is both protective and firm. With one swift motion, he pushes the boat away from the man's grasp, the river swallowing him whole. Lyra's breath catches in her throat, the reality of the situation crashing over her like a wave. She understands now that Charon does not merely ferry souls. He also serves as a guardian, maintaining the delicate balance between the living and the dead. Sorrow washes over her, mingled with the creeping realization that she too must confront her own fears and regrets. Charon, ever watchful, senses the shift in her spirit. They glide deeper into the underworld, the air thickening with the weight of stories untold. Each passing moment offers glimpses of the lost, souls trapped in a maze of their own making, forever wandering, forever searching. And as the journey continues, Lyra finds herself grappling with the enormity of her existence. She longs to scream, to rage against the inevitable, yet within her arises a sense of acceptance, an understanding that every life, no matter how fleeting, is a tapestry woven with love and loss. The river stretches endlessly before them, and Charon steady or cuts through the darkness, a reminder that even in the depths of despair, hope may yet flicker like a distant star. The ghosts of the underworld swirl around them, each whisper carrying fragments of what once was, a chorus of longing and yearning that never truly fades. Charon remains the steadfast guide, the silent keeper of dreams, holding their stories as they drift further into the unknown. The boat rocks gently on the water, each ripple a reminder that the journey is not over, that the bridge between life and death is one that must always be crossed, with Charon at the helm, ever ready to lead the way. In the chilling shadows of the underworld, where the air is thick with whispers of souls long departed, Hades stands as an enigmatic figure, cloaked in a mantle of darkness. The very mention of his name sends shivers down the spine, conjuring images of eerie landscapes where shadows flicker and the echoes of lost voices linger. In ancient Greece, Hades was not merely a god of the dead. He was the overseer of the great cycle of life and death, a dark guardian of the threshold between what was and what would be. Hades, with his ashen skin and piercing gaze, ruled over his domain with an iron grip, embodying the inevitable fate that awaited all mortals. He was not evil, as many would hastily claim, but rather a necessary force in the fabric of existence. To the ancients, he was both feared and revered, a figure who represented the finality of life and the mysteries that lay beyond it. The Greeks understood that death was not to be shunned, but accepted, a transition as natural as birth itself. This duality, the mix of dread and respect, shaped their beliefs and practices surrounding the afterlife. In the tales spun by poets and storytellers, Hades was depicted as a lord who demanded proper respect. To ignore him was to invite chaos. The rituals surrounding death often included offerings to appease him, for they believed that without his favor, a soul could wander the earth, trapped between worlds. The Greeks laid coins upon the eyes of the deceased, a payment for Charon, the ferryman of the Styx, who would guide souls across the river that separated the living from the dead. Without this toll, those souls would be lost, eternally drifting in a cold limbo, a terrifying thought that sent shivers down the spine of every citizen. Even in the Roman era, when Hades was rebranded as Pluto, his essence remained unchanged. The Romans, too, held a complex view of the afterlife, as they created elaborate tombs and held grand funerals, all to ensure a smooth passage for the departed. Pluto, with his cornucopia of riches, symbolized the wealth hidden beneath the earth, a reminder that death held its own kind of abundance. The ancients understood that Hades was not merely a place of despair, but a realm of potential, where the seeds of life could take root in the dark soil. The stories of Hades' interactions with mortals reveal a deeper layer of his character. He was known to be stern yet fair, a ruler who did not take pleasure in the suffering of souls. One of the most poignant tales was that of Orpheus, a musician whose heart shattered when his beloved Eurydice was taken by the fangs of death. In a desperate attempt to reclaim her, Orpheus ventured into the depths of Hades, his music echoing through the cold void, stirring even the hardest of hearts. Hades, moved by the beauty of Orpheus' song and the depth of his love, allowed Eurydice to return to the living world, yet with a heartbreaking condition. He must not look back at her until they had reached the surface. The moment of tension hangs heavy, a breath held in time, as Orpheus, consumed by doubt and longing, ultimately turns back too soon. The tragic outcome reverberates through the ages, a testament to the power of love and the ironclad rules of fate. From the depths of despair to moments of unexpected compassion, Hades embodies the complex nature of existence. The ancient Greeks and Romans recognized that he was not simply a harbinger of death, but a part of the larger tapestry of life. His presence was a reminder that every ending could also be a beginning, a cycle that continued on unbroken. In their art, literature, and philosophy, they explored this duality, creating a rich narrative that allowed them to confront their fears about mortality. Festivals honoring Hades, such as the Anthesteria, were marked by vibrant celebrations that acknowledged the spirits of the dead. Homes were filled with flowers and offerings to welcome the returning souls, a sacred time when the boundary between the living and the dead blurred. The joyous reunion was tinged with a recognition of the inevitable finality that awaited all. In this way, Hades became not just a figure of dread, but also one of nostalgia and reflection, a reminder of the love and connections that linger even after death. But as shadows lengthened and the sun dipped below the horizon, the reality of Hades' power loomed larger than life. He was not just the god of the dead. He was an entity who held sway over the fates of all, dictating the course of lives with a mere flick of his hand. The fearlessness of the living would often wane in his presence, as they pondered the weight of their actions and the consequences that lay ahead. In this realm of darkness, ghosts of choices made and paths untraveled danced like flames in the night, illuminating the potential for both despair and redemption. The ancient poets and dramatists, through their words, breathed life into Hades, casting him as a crucial player in the grand narrative of life. He wasn't merely a figure in the shadows. Rather, he walked alongside gods and mortals alike, intertwined with their fates. The stories told of his cunning, his wisdom, and even the tragedies he witnessed. With every telling, the audience was drawn deeper into the folds of their shared humanity, finding echoes of their own fears and hopes reflected back at them. The pull of Hades is undeniable, a force that has captivated the imaginations of countless generations. As mortals navigate the complexities of life, they are reminded of the looming presence of their own mortality. Despite the fear that often accompanies thoughts of death, there is also solace to be found in the belief that Hades does not seek to punish, but rather to guide. This duality is what makes him such a compelling figure, a reminder that, while life is fleeting and unpredictable, it is also filled with beauty, love, and the eternal cycle of existence. In the end, Hades is not just a god of shadows, but a custodian of the deepest truths that lie within the human soul, waiting to be unearthed. The cold, black waters of the Styx shimmered under a moonless night, a harbinger of what lay beyond. A boatman, grim and silent, stood poised at the edge of the river, his figure shrouded in shadows. Charon, the ferryman, awaited the souls of the departed, eyes like twin embers reflecting the unearthly glow of the otherworld. This river, both a boundary and a passage, bore witness to countless souls crossing from the world of the living to the realm of the dead. It was a solemn ferry ride, one that promised no return. In the ancient texts, the Styx was not merely a river. It was a symbol of fear, mystery, and inevitability. Homer's verses in the Iliad and Odyssey capture this essence, where the Styx acts as a powerful reminder of mortality. For Achilles, the river was both a source of strength and a haunting reminder of his fate. The legend spoke of a dip in the waters granting immortality, yet the very act was wrapped in sorrow. Achilles' mother, Thetis, submerged him, holding him by his heel, leaving that one mortal spot vulnerable. The irony was cruel, to be invincible yet undeniably human. As Achilles faced the Trojan War, the Styx whispered to him, a constant presence in his mind. His wrath was intertwined with thoughts of death, his own and those of his comrades. The river's dark current seemed to echo their cries, filling him with both rage and resignation. It was a reminder of what lay beyond glory, the shadows waiting, patient, on the other side of the water. Virgil, too, captured the haunting beauty of the Styx in his epic, the Aeneid. His portrayal was steeped in a sense of foreboding, where the river became a gateway to the underworld. Aeneas, on his quest, approached the Styx with bated breath, knowing that beyond its murky depths lay the souls of the lost. The scene was painted with vivid strokes, the anguished spirits yearning for peace, the boatman's indifferent gaze as he ferried them toward their eternal rest. Aeneas watched as the loved ones and forgotten souls drifted past him, their silent pleas resonating in the air. The emotional weight of the Styx was palpable, a character in its own right. Virgil's imagery stirred the soul, capturing the drama of lives unfinished and dreams unfulfilled. Each wave rippled with stories of love, betrayal, and sacrifice. The river's waters, thick with memory, carried the essence of those who had crossed to the other side, and Aeneas felt their presence like a chill in the air. He too would soon join them, bound to the cycle of life and death. The tension of crossing the Styx was not solely physical. It was a confrontation with one's own mortality. As Aeneas faced his destiny, he remembered each life that had touched his own. The river wrapped around his heart, squeezing it tightly, forcing him to reckon with the weight of his lineage, the legacy of his people. The swirling waters seemed to echo the stories of his ancestors, whispering their names, each one a reminder of the unyielding bond between the living and the dead. In both Homer and Virgil's depictions, the Styx held a duality that was both seductive and terrifying. It was a place of passage, but also a lingering reminder of loss and longing. Charon's grim demeanor spoke volumes. He was not just a ferryman, but a guardian of secrets untold. He bore stories of betrayal, courage, and love, tales left unfinished as souls drifted into the abyss. The Styx did not relent. It was a constant presence, a river that flowed through the annals of time. It called to heroes and poets alike, shaping their destinies and echoing through the ages. With each word penned by Homer and Virgil, the river swelled with life, each syllable a droplet in its relentless current. They captured the essence of fear and hope, intertwining them like the waters that twisted and turned beneath the surface. In the shadows of this eternal river, the cries of the damned mingled with the sighs of the heroic. Those who had bravely faced their fates were now mere whispers, their names carried off by the currents. The Styx was a paradox, a bridge to peace yet a reminder of struggles endured. Each soul crossing its waters bore the weight of their stories, a testament to the fragility of existence. As Aeneas stepped into the boat, the weight of his ancestors pressed upon him. Charon's gaze held no judgment, only the quiet understanding that each soul had its own burdens to bear. The waves lapped against the vessel, a rhythm that echoed the beating of Aeneas's heart. The souls around him seemed to lean closer, eager to hear the stories of the living, their voices a haunting melody, filled with a yearning for connection. The darkness enveloped them like a shroud, and the journey across the Styx began. A passage filled with echoes of laughter and cries of despair. The river stretched endlessly before them, a reminder that every ending was a new beginning. Each moment was tinged with emotion, a blend of hope and despair that tugged at the very fabric of their beings. And then, as they glided farther into the unknown, the faintest hint of light broke through the darkness, beckoning them forward. The Styx, with all its fearsome beauty, continued to flow, unyielding and timeless, a thread connecting heroes and legends, binding the past with the present. Just as the current surged beneath them, so too did the tales of old surge forth, ready to reclaim their place in the unfolding tapestry of destiny. In a world where shadows dance under flickering torchlight, where the whispers of the past linger in the air like a haunting melody, the ancient Romans stood at the precipice of life and death, their hearts heavy with questions that transcended time. What lay beyond the cold, silent embrace of the grave? The flickering flames of their lamps illuminated faces etched with concern and curiosity, as the living grappled with the enigma of the afterlife. For early Romans, the journey after death was laced with uncertainty, fear, and hope. They believed in a complex tapestry of gods and spirits, each thread woven into their understanding of existence beyond the mortal coil. The deceased were not merely gone. They became shades, pale echoes of their former selves, wandering the earth, searching for solace and recognition. The thought of being forgotten sent shivers down the spines of those left behind. To be unremembered was a fate worse than death itself. As twilight descended, families gathered around the hearth, sharing tales of their ancestors, invoking their names with reverence. They believed that honoring the dead ensured their comfort in the afterlife. Pictures, offerings of food, and small tokens adorned graves, creating a sacred bond between the living and the departed. For them, death was not an end, but a transition, a passage to another realm where the spirits awaited their kin. The Romans were deeply influenced by their cultural interactions, drawing wisdom from the Etruscans, who painted vivid images of the afterlife. In the dark recesses of their tombs, murals depicted banquets and celebrations, suggesting that the dead continued to relish the joys of life. This vision of an eternal feast resonated in the hearts of the early Romans. They yearned for a connection with the deceased, believing that by providing offerings, they could ensure a life of comfort for their loved ones in the afterworld. Yet, as the years passed and the Republic transformed into an empire, the beliefs surrounding the afterlife began to evolve. The ancient rituals, steeped in tradition, faced the winds of change as new philosophies emerged. The teachings of the Greeks, especially those of Plato, penetrated Roman thought, introducing ideas of the soul's immortality and the pursuit of virtue. This shift ignited a flicker of hope, sparking imaginations. Could the soul ascend? Could it be reborn? The heart raced with possibilities, intertwining the fates of the living and the dead in ways they had never imagined. In the bustling markets of Rome, merchants and philosophers debated the nature of the soul, their voices mingling with the aroma of spices and the laughter of children. Citizens pondered, what did it mean to live a good life? What legacy would they leave? The echo of their aspirations chased them, a bittersweet reminder that each choice carried weight beyond the grave. The promise of reward or punishment in the afterlife haunted their dreams, a constant reminder of the delicate balance between virtue and vice. As dusk fell over the Roman Forum, a young soldier, his heart alive with youthful bravado, stood before the Temple of Mars. The flickering torches cast a warm glow, illuminating the stone faces of the gods. He prayed fervently, hoping for glory in battle, but his thoughts turned to the darkness that awaited should he fall. Would he find peace in the Elysian fields, basking in the warm embrace of the gods, or would he wander the desolate plains of punishment, forever tormented? The uncertainty loomed large, a specter that clung to him like a shadow. The soldier's fears were not unfounded. The Romans believed in a harsh reality after death, where the unjust were cast into the gloomy realm of Tartarus, a place filled with anguish and despair. The tales of Sisyphus, eternally pushing a boulder up a hill only to watch it roll back down, echoed in their minds, a grim reminder of the consequences of a life poorly lived. They understood that each act, each decision, carved their path in the afterlife. Among the scholars and poets, discussions flourished about the nature of the afterlife. They envisioned an eternity filled with philosophical debates, where the souls of the wise would gather, exchanging ideas and insights. The notion of the afterlife transformed into a grand stage for philosophers, a place where the essence of knowledge would be immortalized. Yet, Lurking beneath this idealism was a gnawing fear, the fear of being trapped in endless debates, unable to act or change. As the moonlight painted silver on the cobblestones, a funeral procession wound its way through the streets, somber and reverent. The mourners, draped in white, bearing the weight of their sorrow, carried the body wrapped in a simple shroud. The scent of incense mingled with the cries of the grieving, echoing through the night air. As they passed the bustling taverns and brightly lit homes, they were reminded of the fine line between life and death, between joy and despair. The deceased, they believed, was on a journey to the underworld, where Charon awaited to ferry the souls across the River Styx. Coins placed on the eyes of the dead served as payment for their passage, ensuring they would not be lost to the chaos of the afterlife. It was a moment steeped in symbolism, a last act of love that tied the living to the dead, a reminder of the fragility of existence. Within the quiet embrace of the burial mounds, the souls stirred, caught between worlds. Some found comfort in the thought of reunion with loved ones, while others trembled at the idea of eternal wandering. The afterlife, in all its mystery, beckoned them with promises of peace and the continuation of existence. The fear of the unknown clawed at their hearts, leaving echoes of longing for the warmth of life, the laughter of children, and the sunlit days they would never see again. And as the dawn broke, bathing the city in a golden hue, the Romans continued to grapple with the complexities of life and death. They celebrated the triumphs of their ancestors, whispered prayers for the souls departed, and sought understanding in the eyes of the gods. The tension between hope and fear hung in the air like the sweet scent of blooming flowers, a reminder that the journey did not end with the grave. The afterlife awaited, a canvas yet to be painted by the lives they lived. This eternal dance between the living and the dead, between despair and hope, continued to unfold, weaving a story that would echo through the annals of history, shaping beliefs and destinies in ways that transcended the ages. The shadows of the past lingered still, whispering secrets that would guide the living into the uncharted territories of the soul's journey. The stage was set, and the drama of existence pressed on, as the hearts of the early Romans beat with a rhythm as ancient as time itself. A solitary figure stood at the edge of a gaping abyss, the air thick with despair and the echoes of tormented souls swirling around him. Dante Alighieri, with his keen eyes and troubled heart, was not merely a poet. He was a visionary who dared to gaze into the depths of human suffering and redemption. His words would seep into the very essence of Roman thought, forever altering the way people perceived the afterlife, particularly the terrifying landscape of hell. When Dante penned the Divine Comedy, he carved out an indelible image of hell that merged the ancient with the contemporary, intertwining Roman beliefs with his own. His vivid descriptions, alive with grotesque imagery and moral lessons, painted hell not just as a punishment, but as a reflection of human choices. For the Romans, who had once envisioned an underworld governed by gods and myth, Dante's vision was revolutionary. It was more than a place. It was a state of being, a consequence of one's actions during life. This new portrayal resonated deeply with a society that had its own pantheon of fears and fables. Romans had long feared the restless spirits of the dead, bound to wander the earth if not properly honored. Yet, Dante took these ancient fears and transformed them into a structured inferno, a meticulous layering of sin and suffering. Each circle of hell, each tormenting punishment, was tailored to the sin committed, weaving a tapestry of divine justice that left no room for mercy. Imagine the shivers that ran through readers as they first encountered Dante's sinners, like Paolo and Francesca, whose love was as tragic as it was forbidden. The reader could feel the heat of the flames licking at their skin, could hear the wails reverberating through the air, each cry a reminder of the consequences of earthly desires. The emotional pull was raw, and for many Romans, it forced an uncomfortable reflection on their own lives. Is this what awaited them? Did their choices lead them toward the fires of damnation or the light of salvation? As Dante journeyed through the infernal circles, he shined a light on the sins that plagued society. Greed, lust, betrayal. These were not just abstract notions but lived experiences that resonated with the heartbeats of Roman life. The depiction of sinners, eternally trapped in their vices, offered a haunting glimpse into the future. It was a stark reminder that, in the end, one's legacy was not what they had achieved, but rather the choices they had made. The Romans, who had once been steeped in the myths of their gods and the tales of heroic deeds, now faced the very real possibility of a hell defined by their moral failures. The images Dante conjured were haunting, almost cinematic. The icy grip of the frozen lake in the ninth circle of hell, where traitors lay eternally entombed in ice, struck a chord. The chilling winds that swept through the inferno seemed to echo the whispers of history itself, a reminder that betrayal can cut deeper than a sword. The Romans, who had celebrated their victories and the tales of their emperors, now had to reconcile these vivid descriptions with their understanding of loyalty and honor. And who could ignore the famed Judgment Day so powerfully portrayed? Dante's vivid imagery of souls being weighed in the balance, watched over by divine scrutiny, stirred something primal within the Roman heart. The idea that one's fate hung on a thread, dictated by the choices made in life, left them gasping. This portrayal of divine judgment resonated with the fear of consequences that had always loomed over their lives. As Dante's words spread, they seeped into the fabric of Roman culture, altering the way people viewed death and the afterlife. Churches began to echo with his themes, as sermons emphasized the moral lessons drawn from his poetry. The fiery pits of hell and the promise of heaven became powerful tools in the hands of clergy, who wielded Dante's visions to instill fear and piety among the masses. It was a delicate manipulation of emotions, where love and fear danced in a delicate balance, driving people toward righteousness. The relationship between earthly actions and divine consequences was made crystal clear. No longer were sins simple transgressions. They were now paths leading to eternal torment. The Romans, who had long held fast to their traditions and myths, found themselves grappling with the weight of their moral decisions. The echoes of Dante's hell reverberated through the streets, igniting a sense of urgency in the hearts of the people. Would they continue down the path of indulgence, or would they heed the warnings laid bare in Dante's verses? The emotional landscape Dante created was rich and complex, touching on love, regret, and the haunting question of morality. The very structure of his hell became a moral compass, guiding the Romans to reflect on their lives and their society. Each verse was a mirror, reflecting back their fears, hopes, and the echoes of their choices. The fear of the unknown became palpable, a weight upon their chests as they pondered their own futures. In homes, taverns, and marketplaces, discussions sparked like kindling at the mention of Dante's work. Was the afterlife dictated by fate, or could their actions alter their course? Could a life of virtue save them from the flames? The tension grew, and the emotional stakes were raised higher with every soul-stirring tale shared among friends and strangers alike. Like a lit fuse, Dante's influence ignited conversations that circled through the very heart of Roman society, each person grappling with their own perceived sins. The air buzzed with anticipation as they contemplated where their actions would place them, at the feet of mercy or in the grasp of despair. Would they find themselves in a serene paradise or trapped in the throes of eternal anguish? As the shadows lengthened and night cloaked the world in darkness, the images of Dante's hell danced in the minds of many. They could no longer separate themselves from the stark truths of mortality and consequence. The emotional charge was electric, binding them together in a shared reckoning. And as the dawn approached, the echoes of Dante's hell lingered in the air, urging them to confront the realities of their choices. What awaited them, they could only wonder. The story twisted on, the shadows deepening. As they stood before the abyss, heart pounding, knowing that the journey through hell was just beginning. The whispers of long-lost souls beckoned, each echo a reminder of what lay ahead, intertwining their fates with those who dared to tread the same path. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth, and shadows clung to the gnarled branches of the ancient trees. A chill breeze whispered through the underbrush, as if carrying messages from a world beyond. In the distance, the mournful sound of rushing water echoed, a sound both haunting and mesmerizing, like a siren's call to the living and the dead alike. This was the realm of the Styx, the river that separated the land of the living from the shadows of the underworld. In the ancient Roman mindset, the Styx was not merely a river. It was a gateway to the unknown, a boundary that marked the transition from life to death. It embodied the profound fear and fascination surrounding mortality. Every soul that departed this world had to cross its dark waters, guided by Charon, the ferryman. For the Romans, this journey was steeped in ritual and significance. They believed that if a proper burial was not performed, the souls of the dead would wander aimlessly along the banks of the Styx, forever trapped in a liminal space between worlds. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting ethereal glimmers across the surface of the Styx, the importance of these beliefs intensified. Romans understood that the very essence of their existence was woven into the fabric of their relationship with the divine and the afterlife. Rituals were conducted, offerings were made, and prayers were whispered to secure safe passage for loved ones. The grave markers, adorned with carvings of the river or symbols related to Charon, served as a reminder of this unyielding connection to death. The sight of a family gathered at a grave, their faces weary yet resolute, told a story of sorrow and hope. They mourned the loss, but their hearts held on to the belief that love could transcend even the darkest waters. They would bring coins for Charon, placing them delicately over the eyes of the deceased. These small gestures were their way of ensuring that the souls of their kin would not be left to wander forever, but would instead find peace on the other side. As time passed, the influence of Greek mythology seeped into Roman culture, transforming their understanding of the Styx and its significance. The Romans adopted and adapted the tales of Hades, intertwining them with their own beliefs. While the Greeks imagined a stark, barren underworld, the Romans painted a more vibrant picture. They envisioned a place adorned with lush fields and tranquil rivers, where the souls of the virtuous could find eternal rest. Yet, the looming presence of the Styx remained, dark and enigmatic, a reminder of the reality that awaited all. Powerful emotions swirled around the concept of the afterlife, and the Styx became a focal point for rituals that evolved over centuries. The Romans began to embrace the idea of ancestral worship, believing that the spirits of their forebears lingered nearby, guiding and protecting them from beyond. This belief fostered a more personal connection to the dead, allowing the living to seek comfort in the notion that their loved ones were not lost forever, but rather residing just on the other side of the Styx. In the bustling marketplaces of Rome, whispers of the Styx mingled with the vibrant shouts of merchants and the laughter of children. The stories of Charon and the underworld became entertainment, shaping plays and poetry that spoke to the human condition. They tapped into the universal fear of death, but also the hope for a reunion in a realm beyond the veil. As night fell and the flicker of oil lamps illuminated the streets, the tales drew crowds who listened, rapt, as performers wove narratives that danced between love, loss, and the inevitable passage into the unknown. The transition from the traditional Roman beliefs about the afterlife to this new, Hellenized understanding marked a significant cultural shift. The Styx transformed from a mere river into a potent symbol of the human experience. It became a place of reflection for those grappling with their own mortality. People began to view death not just as an end, but as a continuation of existence in another form. The fear that once gripped their hearts was tempered by the idea that life was cyclical, that the bonds of love could endure beyond death. And still, the river flowed. Its waters, dark and deep, held the secrets of countless souls. Every ripple that cascaded across its surface whispered tales of longing, regret, and unfinished business. As the Romans contemplated their own journeys, the challenge of navigating the Styx loomed ever larger. How could one prepare for such a passage? What offerings would be enough to ensure a safe crossing? The answers were elusive, shrouded in the same mystery that the river embodied. In the dim light of the flickering lamps, a young woman knelt at her father's grave, her heart heavy with loss. She clutched a small pouch of coins, her hands trembling. Each coin represented a memory, family dinners, laughter, advice shared over the years. As she placed them gently on the headstone, tears streamed down her face, mingling with the cool night air. She whispered a prayer to Charon, her voice barely above a whisper. Please, take him safely to the other side, she pleaded, her heart aching with the weight of love and grief. The river, with its relentless current, continued to flow, indifferent to the emotions of the living. Yet, in that moment, the young woman felt a connection to something greater. It was as if the water itself understood her sorrow and echoed the love she felt for her father. The Styx had transformed from a fearsome barrier into a bridge between worlds, a thread that tied her heart to the very essence of life and death. As the moon hung low in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, the tales of the Styx continued to resonate. There were more stories to be told, more hearts to be warmed by the flickering flames of remembrance. Death was not just an ending. It was also a beginning, a transition into the unknown where love would endure, where souls would traverse the waters and find their way home. The river carried within it the echoes of every life lived, every love cherished, and every soul lost. An everlasting reminder that no one truly leaves. They merely cross to the other side. The air was thick with despair, a heavy mist that clung to the spirits of those who waited at the edge of silence. They stood on the banks of the Styx, a river weaving through shadows, its waters dark and swirling with the weight of countless souls. Here, hope flickered like a dim candle, easily extinguished by the chill of the unknown. The Styx was no ordinary river. It was a boundary between life and death, a place where every drop whispered the sorrows of those who had crossed before. Charon, the grim ferryman, appeared as a looming figure. His face was hidden beneath a hood, a shadow of death itself, yet his eyes glimmered with an ancient wisdom. He stood resolute, his skeletal hand clutching the oar of his vessel, waiting for the lost souls who had failed to pay their fare. Only the dead could cross, and yet in that forlorn moment, despair took on a life of its own. It clung to the living like a shroud, a reminder of their mortality, their inevitable fate. Among the souls was a woman named Dido, her heart shattered and her spirit dimmed. She wandered the banks, forever searching for the love she lost. Her tragic story lingered in the air, a haunting melody that echoed among the whispering reeds. Racked with sorrow, she gazed across the murky water, longing for a glimpse of Aeneas, the hero who had ignited her passion and then vanished, leaving behind nothing but anguish. Each ripple of the Styx seemed to mock her, a reminder of the promises unfulfilled. The shadows thickened with her despair, wrapping around her like a cold embrace. Nearby, a warrior named Turnus stood rigid, his pride a heavy mantle that had weighed him down. In life, he had fought fiercely for his honor, but now he was just another soul lost to the relentless tide of fate. The sight of the Styx filled him with dread, for he knew what lay ahead, a confrontation not just with death, but with the choices he had made, the battles he had lost, and the lives he had taken. The air crackled with tension as he faced the river, where countless souls had submerged into nothingness, leaving behind only echoes of their existence. The Styx was a mirror, reflecting the deepest fears of all who came. It showed them visions of what they had lost, what they had failed to protect. In its depths, they saw loved ones, gone too soon, faces etched with sorrow, calling out to be remembered. The despair was palpable, a living thing that wrapped around each soul, squeezing until they felt as if they might burst. The river churned ominously, a reminder that every heartache, every regret, was drawn into its depths. And yet, there were whispers among the souls, tales of hope that flickered like distant stars. Perhaps beyond the Styx lay a chance for redemption, a possibility to reunite with lost loved ones or to find peace. Those whispers stirred the hearts of the damned, igniting a flicker of longing that fought against the overwhelming tide of despair. But the river held its secrets close, and each soul knew that to cross was to surrender to an unknown fate. Charon, ever watchful, surveyed the gathering souls. His gaze was unyielding, a reminder that time was fleeting, and the living would not linger long in this realm of shadows. As he called forth those who had paid their dues, the air shimmered with the weight of their choices. They stepped onto his vessel, their hearts heavy with the burden of their pasts. The moment they boarded, the Styx roared beneath them, its waters alive with the pain of untold stories, each soul a thread in the grand tapestry of despair. With each stroke of Charon's oar, a feeling of solitude enveloped the souls. The river seemed to stretch on infinitely, a dark corridor leading to the finality of what lay ahead. Thoughts of unfinished business, shattered dreams, and lost loves flooded their minds, each wave pushing them closer to an abyss of uncertainty. For every one of them, the Styx was a haunting reminder of their struggles, a place where anguish and memories collided. As the boat glided forward, a figure emerged from the shadows. Aeneas, the very embodiment of hope and fate. He stood at the threshold, torn between the realms of the living and the dead. His heart pounded as he gazed across the Styx, recognizing the faces of those he had left behind. Dido's ghostly form shimmered in the moonlight, a vision of beauty overshadowed by heartbreak. Her eyes locked onto his, filled with a mixture of longing and betrayal. The pain of their separation was palpable, a wound that had never healed, now intensified by the vastness of the Styx. Aeneas felt the pull of the river, a magnetic force drawing him closer to the despair that loomed ahead. He understood that the Styx was not merely a river. It was a testament to every choice made, every love lost, every fight forgotten. As he took a step toward the edge, the waters churned violently, echoing the tumult within his soul. He realized that crossing the Styx was not just about death. It was about confronting the weight of his own decisions, the lives he had altered, and the sacrifices that had brought him to this moment. In that charged silence, time appeared to stand still. The Styx whispered its secrets, a chorus of voices rising from its depths, inviting the souls to confront their pasts, their joys, and their sorrows. Each soul was drawn to the inescapable truth. They were part of something greater, a cycle of life and death, love and loss. The river surged, and with it came a flood of emotions, a powerful rush that threatened to consume them whole. As Aeneas stood there, a hero caught between two worlds, he felt the weight of his fate pressing down upon him. The Styx promised despair, but also the chance for understanding, for connection, and for redemption. It was a realm where the past could not be erased but could be acknowledged, where despair transformed into understanding, and where even the most tortured souls might find solace. The river's dark waters churned with the echoes of their lives, a reminder that every journey, no matter how painful, had the potential to illuminate paths yet unexplored. And just as the boat began to drift closer to the other side, the souls braced themselves for what lay ahead, hearts pounding, the air thick with anticipation and dread. The cycle was far from over, and the Styx would continue to flow, its waters ever-changing, forever symbolizing the depths of human despair and the glimmers of hope that flickered just beneath the surface. The air hung thick with mist, a swirling fog that obscured the horizon. Beneath it lay the River Styx, a dark, foreboding waterway that whispered tales of the afterlife. This was no ordinary river. It was a boundary between the world of the living and the grip of death, a passage steeped in both dread and fascination. As the sun dipped below the edge of the earth, shadows danced upon the surface, beckoning the curious and the fearful alike to ponder their own mortality. In Roman art and iconography, the River Styx transcended mere representation. It became a vivid embodiment of the ancient beliefs that shaped the very fabric of society. The artists of the time, with their deft hands and keen minds, transformed the river into a haunting symbol of the inevitable journey every soul must take. Their work was imbued with emotion, a celebration of life and an acknowledgement of the darkness that lay beyond. It was here that the river wound its way through history, a silent witness to the fears and hopes of those who gazed upon it. The imagery of the Styx often featured Charon, the grim ferryman, guiding souls across its chilling waters. Clad in a tattered cloak, his face obscured in shadow, Charon exuded a sense of grim duty. He was not a monster, but a necessary figure in the grand tapestry of existence, an unyielding agent of fate. Roman artists captured him with remarkable intensity, illustrating the weight of his task. His boat, a fragile vessel against the vastness of the dark river, became a poignant reminder of the fragility of life itself. The very sight of Charon, with his hollow gaze and skeletal hand reaching for the oars, sent shivers down the spine. The echoes of lost voices and unanswered questions reverberated within the viewer, stirring a mix of fear and wonder. Amidst the chaos of human life, the River Styx stood as a constant. Yet, in Roman sculpture and frescoes, it was often depicted as a place of solace rather than terror. The ancients portrayed the river with an ethereal beauty, its waters shimmering as if woven with silver threads under the moonlight. This juxtaposition captured the duality of existence, the serene yet ominous passage from life to death. Artists used soft lines and gentle curves, wrapping the river in an aura of tranquility, inviting the viewer to reflect on the inevitability of their own crossing. The Roman imagination found further expression through the portrayal of souls embarking on their final journey. Wings fluttered as spirits floated above the water, their ethereal forms caught between this world and the next. The artists rendered them with grace, a poignant reminder of what it means to be human, to live, to love, and ultimately, to leave. Each figure told its own story, their expressions a kaleidoscope of emotions: fear, longing, acceptance. Eyes that once sparkled with life now glimmered with the echo of memories, creating an emotional tapestry that pulled at the heartstrings. To gaze upon these images was to be reminded of the connections that bind us, even beyond the grave. Imagery of the River Styx also served as a reminder of the consequences of one's actions in life. The ancients believed that the journey across the river was not without judgment. Artists depicted scenes of the damned, souls caught in a struggle against the unforgiving currents, their faces twisted in anguish. It was in this portrayal that the River Styx became a mirror, reflecting the choices made and the paths taken. Fear intertwined with guilt manifested in artistic strokes, the river carrying with it not just the dead, but their burdens. Each brushstroke resonated with a haunting truth, provoking a visceral reaction in those who dared to look. The art of the time embraced the notion of memory and legacy. The River Styx was not merely a destination. It was a vessel for the stories untold. In stunning mosaics and detailed frescoes, the river became a backdrop for the lives of heroes and commoners alike. Their stories echoed across the ages, woven into the very essence of the river. The sorrow of lost love, the triumph of courage, and the shadows of regret all found their way into the artistry, creating a rich narrative tapestry that spanned generations. To engage with this art was to commune with the past, to feel the weight of history pressing upon one's heart. Beneath the surface of these artistic representations, the River Styx also served a purpose beyond the realm of death. It became a canvas for philosophical exploration, a contemplation of existence itself. Roman thinkers and artists alike pondered the nature of life, the transience of joy, and the certainty of fate. The river's stillness invited introspection, forcing observers to confront their own beliefs about mortality. The haunting beauty of the river resonated with the soul, awakening a thirst for understanding, for meaning amidst the chaos. As the shadows lengthened, the River Styx became a focal point of both fear and fascination in Roman festivals and rituals. Artisans adorned public spaces with vibrant murals and intricate carvings, invoking the power of the river as a means to connect with the divine. The images portrayed the passage of souls as a sacred journey, a transition that demanded respect. The River Styx was not merely a boundary. It was the threshold to reverence and remembrance. The blend of art and spirituality manifested in a collective experience, igniting a fire within the hearts of those who witnessed it. In the flickering light of torches, conversations stirred like ghostly echoes, filled with the weight of untold stories and unfulfilled desires. The River Styx shimmered in the distance, a reminder that all paths eventually converge. The art that adorned the temples and marketplaces breathed life into the memories of those who had crossed its waters. The river, with its melancholy allure, lingered in the minds of the living, urging them to confront their own journeys, their own crossings, and the legacies they would one day leave behind. With each brush of the artist's hand, the legend of the River Styx continued to flow, an eternal wellspring of emotion and tension that intertwined with the very essence of humanity. The river, dark and beautiful, was an unyielding reminder of the fragility of existence, a place where stories began and ended, but never truly ceased. The air thickened with the weight of truth, and in that moment, the River Styx became not just a passage to the afterlife, but a reflection of life itself, an intricate dance of fear, love, loss, and ultimately acceptance. And as the mist swirled, it whispered promises of what lay ahead, a journey that was just beginning. The chill of the evening air wrapped around the ancient city of Rome as twilight descended, casting long shadows across the cobblestones. The flickering light of oil lamps illuminated the faces of mourners gathered by the freshly dug graves, their expressions a mosaic of sorrow and fear. It was a time when death was not just an end, but a transition into a world that lay beyond the veil of the living. The echoes of whispered prayers and the scent of incense hung heavy in the air, a reminder of rituals steeped in tradition and belief. In the bustling streets, merchants called out their wares, children laughed and played. Yet for those gathered at the burial site, life paused momentarily, eclipsed by an overwhelming sense of loss. Each burial was a story, a testament to the life once lived, but also a doorway to the unknown. With every body laid to rest, a flicker of hope stirred in the hearts of the mourners. Perhaps the soul would find peace in the afterlife, a realm where the boundaries of the earthly existence faded away. The Romans believed that the afterlife was not merely a continuation but an elaborate journey. A dead man needed proper burial rites to navigate through the perilous landscape of the underworld, known as Hades. Without these rites, it was believed that the soul would wander aimlessly, burdened with uncertainty and anguish. Wealthier families often spared no expense, commissioning grand tombs adorned with intricate sculptures and inscriptions celebrating their loved ones' lives, their ambitions, and their legacies. The more elaborate the burial, the greater the assurance that the deceased would find favor with the gods and pass into the next life unscathed. A young woman stood quietly at the edge of the gravesite, her heart heavy with grief. Her father had been a respected senator, and his funeral was a lavish affair, attended by many in the community. He had lived a full life, filled with triumphs and tribulations, but now, he lay beneath the earth, his body encased in a gilded sarcophagus. The tears that streamed down her cheeks felt like a torrential rain, a storm brewing in her heart as memories of his laughter echoed in her mind. She clutched a small, hand-carved figurine, a token of affection he had given her when she was just a child. The rituals surrounding Roman burials were profound and intricate, filled with deep symbolism. As the body was laid to rest, coins were placed over the eyes of the deceased, an offering meant to pay Charon, the ferryman of the underworld. Families sacrificed animals, the blood and smoke rising to the heavens, a plea for the gods to watch over their loved one. In those moments, the boundary between this world and the next blurred, and a sense of sacredness enveloped the air, wrapping around the mourners like a warm embrace amidst the cold grip of death. Yet, the unspoken fear lurked in the hearts of many. What if the rituals were not performed correctly? What if the offerings were inadequate? The thought sent shivers down the spine of the grieving daughter, who watched as the priest chanted, his voice trembling against the night sky. The flickering candlelight danced, creating shadows that twisted and morphed, almost as if the spirits were attempting to break free from their earthen confines. For the common people, burial practices were simpler, yet no less significant. They often chose to be cremated, their ashes collected and placed in urns that rested on family altars. In this practice, the flames that consumed their bodies were believed to liberate the soul, allowing it to rise towards the heavens. The thought of the spirit soaring high above brought comfort to many, a belief that soothed their fears of what lay beyond. They crafted small, personal offerings, trinkets passed down through generations, to accompany their loved ones on this journey. As the young woman dropped the figurine into the grave, a soft sigh escaped her lips, a silent prayer filled with longing and love. She imagined her father, smiling down at her, free of earthly pain and worry, a guiding light in the darkness. Yet, a haunting thought clawed at her heart. Would he remember her? Would he find her in the afterlife? Or would he be lost among the countless souls that inhabited the realm of the dead? In the Roman imagination, the afterlife was often portrayed as a shadowy reflection of the earthly world, where the deceased lived in a state of semi-existence. The echoes of laughter and cries of despair reverberated through the halls of eternity. As the woman turned to leave the graveside, a gust of wind whipped through the cemetery, making her shiver. It felt almost as if the spirits were restless, yearning for the living to remember them, to speak their names, to honor their memories. The rituals varied across the empire, but one thing remained constant: the fear of forgetting. The Romans created elaborate tombs, not only to honor the dead but to ensure the living remembered their names. In the bustling city of Pompeii, streets lined with intricate frescoes and inscriptions told stories of the departed, immortalizing their lives for generations to come. The artistry became a bridge between worlds, connecting the living with those who had passed on. As the dusk deepened, the mourners began to disperse, their figures melting into the labyrinth of the city. The young woman lingered for a moment, gazing at the stars peeking through the darkened sky, twinkling like distant memories. The ancient belief that the stars were the souls of the departed watching over the living filled her heart with a flicker of hope. Perhaps, just perhaps, her father was among them, guiding her through the tapestry of life, a guardian spirit in a world where death was not the end, but a continuation of love and memory. With each step she took away from the grave, the air grew heavier, filled with the whispers of those who had come before, echoes of laughter, sighs of sorrow, and the promise of reunion. The city buzzed with life, yet she felt an undeniable connection to the other side, a realm where every soul had a story and every story deserved to be told, forever woven into the fabric of the universe. And as the last flicker of light faded from the candles, shadows crept closer, ready to envelop the living in the mystery of what lay ahead. A reminder that the dance between life and death was an eternal ballet, the curtain never truly falling on the stories waiting to be shared. In the dim light of a flickering candle, a figure sat alone in a quiet room, the weight of existence pressing heavily upon their shoulders. The air was thick with the scent of parchment, and the only sound was the soft scratching of a quill against a faded scroll. This was Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher-emperor of Rome, lost in thought amid the chaos of his reign. He pondered not just the affairs of state but the nature of life and death itself, grappling with questions that had haunted humanity since time immemorial. Stoicism, the school of thought he embraced, offered him a lens through which to see the world. It taught him that life is filled with suffering, a relentless tide that seeks to drown the spirit. But in this struggle, the Stoics believed, lies the path to virtue and tranquility. The universe, indifferent and vast, holds no promise of an afterlife, yet the Stoics found solace in the understanding that it is our actions in life that define us, not what comes after. As the candle flickered, shadows danced across the walls, mirroring the tumult within him. Marcus recalled the teachings of Epictetus, who urged followers to focus on what they could control and to release the rest. The thought reverberated in his mind: if the afterlife is uncertain, then why squander the present moment worrying about it? The idea sent shivers down his spine, a blend of fear and liberation. If there is no eternal reward or punishment, then the weight of living boldly and authentically became all the more urgent. In ancient Rome, the Stoics were often seen as peculiar, their indifference to traditional beliefs about the afterlife making them seem almost otherworldly. While the majority clung to the notion of an elaborate underworld ruled by gods and monsters, the Stoics offered a stark contrast. They suggested that true wisdom lay not in fearing death or yearning for an afterlife, but in accepting the inevitability of fate. This acceptance was not defeat, it was empowerment. Life, they argued, is fleeting, and every moment is a chance to act with virtue and integrity. The echoes of their philosophy resounded through the streets of Rome, where the sounds of daily life blended with the cries of merchants, the laughter of children, and the footsteps of soldiers. In the marketplace, debates would arise, some passionately arguing for the favor of the gods, while others, inspired by the likes of Seneca, would assert that a good life comes from within, free from the chains of external validation or fear of death. A story whispered among the people spoke of a soldier who faced his end on a distant battlefield. As he lay wounded, the darkness closing in, he remembered the Stoic teachings that had once seemed abstract. In those final moments, he realized that true power lay not in the fear of death, but in the courage to accept it. He held tightly to the belief that his deeds would echo long after his body had turned to dust. The soldier smiled, not in defiance, but in acceptance, a calm surrender to the inevitable. Meanwhile, in the quiet confines of a library, another soul pondered the same questions. A woman named Hypatia, a philosopher in her own right, immersed in the scrolls of ancient wisdom, found her mind swirling with the implications of a Stoic life. She was drawn to the idea that the afterlife might not be a place of reward or punishment, but rather a continuation of the virtues one lived by. What if the essence of a person lived on through their actions, their love, and their legacy? In the stillness of the night, as the stars glittered like diamonds overhead, she imagined a world where the afterlife was simply the memories held by those left behind. A tear rolled down her cheek, not from sorrow but from the profound realization that every act of kindness, every moment of courage, could weave an eternal tapestry. The notion that love and legacy could defy the finality of death sent a thrill through her, igniting a flame of hope that burned brightly even in the darkest of times. Yet the specter of doubt lingered. How could one truly separate the fear of the unknown from the desire for eternal life? The teachings of the Stoics urged acceptance, conveying that what lies beyond is beyond our control. But in the human heart, the yearning for certainty is powerful. The struggle against despair is a fierce battle, one that echoes throughout history as men and women wrestle with their mortality. In the shadows of the Colosseum, gladiators prepared for the day's combat, their hearts pounding with the thrill of the fight. A young man, newly trained, recalled the Stoic words of his mentor. "It is not the fight itself that defines you, but how you face your fear." With each clash of swords, he understood that victory did not mean survival but rather embracing his fate, whatever it may be. Would he find honor in his life, or would he pale into oblivion? It was a question that haunted him, yet he fought with a fervor that transcended the fear of death. Outside the gates of the city, a wise old man sat by the riverbank, watching the waters flow relentlessly onward, a mirror to life's passage. He often spoke to passers-by about the nature of existence, sharing the essence of Stoicism. The afterlife is not what we should fear, but the life unlived. His words hung in the air like a challenge, sparking something within those who heard him. They left with their hearts racing, contemplating what it truly means to live. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky lit up with hues of orange and purple, a vivid reminder of nature's beauty and the fleeting nature of time. Each sunset whispered the same truth: tomorrow is never guaranteed. And in this knowledge lay the power of the Stoic way, a call to action, a reminder to cherish each day. In the gathering twilight, as thoughts of the afterlife intermingled with the reality of existence, a sense of unity emerged among believers and skeptics alike. They were all bound by the same fate, navigating the rich tapestry of life with its joys and sorrows. The air hummed with the weight of shared contemplation, a collective journey through the labyrinth of thought and feeling. The candle flickered one last time before extinguishing, leaving behind an echo of warmth and illumination. In that darkness, the ideas of Stoicism, life, death, and the afterlife lingered like a haunting melody, compelling every heart to beat a little faster, each mind to question a little deeper. The conversation had only just begun, weaving its way through the fabric of existence, ready to morph into something even more profound. In the dim light of an ancient Roman courtyard, a figure stands, shackled and alone, a haunting silhouette against the crumbling marble. The air is thick with the scent of sweat and fear, the distant murmur of a crowd echoing like a heartbeat, pulsing with anticipation. This is not merely a punishment. It is a spectacle carnage wrapped in the guise of justice, where torment becomes the currency of power, a tool wielded by the elite. The Romans have a complex relationship with suffering, one that twists and turns through the annals of history, each iteration revealing a deeper understanding, or perhaps a darker acceptance of human pain. From the brutal arenas of gladiatorial combat to the solitary confinement of a darkened cell, the Roman conception of torment evolves, reflecting societal values and philosophical thought. The excitement of the crowd watching a gladiator's final breath is matched only by the terror of the condemned awaiting their fate. These moments are not accidental. They are choreographed displays of authority, designed to elicit visceral reactions. The Roman audiences cheer, cry, and shout, their emotions raw, their delight in the suffering of others an unsettling aspect of their culture. It is as if they are simultaneously the divine and the damned, spectators to their own moral reckoning. Roman thought is steeped in the paradox of suffering, a duality that elevates pain to a form of art. The works of philosophers like Seneca and Cicero offer insight, threading through the discourse on virtue and vice. For Seneca, torment was not merely physical. It was a test of character. Pain was a teacher, revealing the resilience of the human spirit. To endure agony was to achieve a certain nobility. His writings resonate with a chilling truth. No man is more unhappy than he who never faces adversity. The Romans grapple with this idea, each layer of torment revealing more about their own fears and desires. As the years unfold, the instruments of torment evolve. The invention of new methods of punishment reflects a society ever more obsessed with control. Executioners wield swords and whips with a practiced precision, while the political elite watch with a mix of satisfaction and horror. The crucifixion, one of the most grotesque forms of execution, becomes a symbol of ultimate humiliation. It is a slow dance with death, a punishment that elicits gasps from the crowd, each cry echoing through the streets of Rome. The very idea of suffering becomes part of the state's machinery, a way to maintain order through fear. Within the walls of the Forum, debates rage over the ethics of such brutality. Some argue that torment is a necessary evil, a deterrent to crime, while others whisper of compassion, of redemption. Yet, even as they discuss, the blood-soaked sands of the Colosseum remind them of their choices. Those who are condemned become not just victims but emblematic of a society's moral decay. The lines between justice and cruelty blur, and in that blurring, a new philosophy emerges, one that questions the very foundations of their civilization. The rise of Christianity begins to alter the landscape of torment. Early Christians, facing persecution, redefine suffering. It is no longer merely a punishment but a pathway to salvation. The stakes change. To endure torment is to emulate Christ, to embrace pain as a form of divine love. This shift sends ripples through Roman thought. Where once punishment was a public spectacle, now it becomes a private trial of faith. The persecution of Christians, while brutal, is reframed within the context of spiritual fortitude. The blood of martyrs becomes a seed of hope, a testament that pain does not always equate to despair. As the empire continues to expand and evolve, so too does the concept of torment. The Roman elite begin to distance themselves from the suffering of the lower classes, cloaking their own moral dilemmas in layers of opulence. The once celebrated public displays of execution give way to more insidious forms of punishment, torture conducted behind closed doors, shrouded in secrecy. The emotional intensity is heightened as the populace is left to wonder, to speculate, and to fear what horrors lie beyond their sight. The philosophical discussions grow ever more intricate. The Stoics, with their austere views on emotion, cling to the belief that true strength lies in the ability to withstand suffering without yielding to despair. They argue that torment is a crucible, forging character in the fires of adversity. Meanwhile, Epicureans counter with their pursuit of pleasure and avoidance of pain, arguing that life should be a dance of joy, not a pathway through suffering. These debates ignite passions, and the tension within Roman society grows palpable, a pressure cooker of differing ideologies vying for dominance. In the shadow of the amphitheaters, the anguish of the condemned whispers through the ages, a reminder of the frailty of the human spirit. Each scream becomes a note in the symphony of history, echoing through the corridors of time. The evolution of torment in Roman thought is not just a chronicle of suffering. It is a reflection of humanity's darkest corners, a mirror held up to the soul of a civilization grappling with its own existence. As the sun sets on the grandeur of Rome, casting long shadows across the cobblestones, the whispers of the past entwine with the hopes of the future. The crowd's thrill lingers in the air, a ghostly reminder of the power of pain and the complex tapestry of human experience. The pageantry of torment continues, morphing and shifting, poised to redefine itself once more, just as the empire itself stands on the brink of transformation. Each drop of blood spilled fuels a story, interwoven with emotion, philosophy, and the relentless quest for meaning in a world steeped in suffering. A cold wind swept through the shadows of the ancient city, where stories whispered between crumbling walls and the echoes of forgotten gods hung heavy in the air. Here, the lines between reality and myth blurred, and fear danced like flickering candlelight in the eyes of those who dared to listen. In this world, punishment was not merely a consequence. It was a destiny carved from the very fabric of existence, shaped by the hands of divine beings who wielded power with an iron grip. As twilight descended, a crowd gathered near the grand temple of Hades, the god who ruled over the realm of the dead in Greek mythology, a place where souls met their fate, and the echoes of their choices followed them into eternity. The darkened sky was a canvas painted with the hues of impending doom, as the villagers spoke in hushed tones about the tales of eternal punishment that haunted their nights. They recalled the weighty presence of Tartarus, a pit of despair deeper than any abyss, where the wicked were condemned to suffer endlessly. What fate awaited them there? It was a question that gripped their hearts with icy fingers. From the depths of Tartarus emerged the figure of Sisyphus, forever condemned to push a massive boulder up a steep hill, only to watch it roll back down each time he neared the summit. His frustration was palpable, a reflection of the futility that so many feared. There, in the shadows, the villagers shuddered, feeling the weight of his punishment as if it were their own. Each push of the boulder echoed with the lament of lost hope, a haunting reminder that every choice held consequences. The myth seeped into their minds, a chilling testament to the idea that some deeds could never be undone. Further along the path, the tale of Prometheus ignited both awe and horror. This titan had dared to steal fire from the gods, a bold act of rebellion that gifted humanity with the spark of life. But the price was steep. He was bound to a rock where an eagle feasted on his liver each day, only to have it regrow each night. The villagers felt their stomachs turn at the thought of such punishment, a cycle of endless agony inflicted by the very beings he had sought to empower. The fiery glow of Prometheus' gift felt tainted, as if a shadow loomed over the brightness, a constant reminder of how quickly light could turn into darkness. As the stories of torment continued to weave through the air, the villagers recalled the chilling scene of the fields of punishment, where souls who had sinned in life faced their darkest fears. The cursed wandered aimlessly, haunted by their past, their cries echoing in the stillness. The imagery of their eternal suffering was vivid and raw, painting a portrait of despair that tugged at their own hearts. Each tale felt like a dagger, piercing through the illusion of safety, a reminder that life's choices lingered long after the breath left their bodies. The air thickened with tension, and the realization of mortality hung heavy. They spoke of the myth of Ixion, who had insulted the gods and was doomed to spin eternally on a fiery wheel, a punishment that engulfed him in flames while mocking him with the promise of release that would never come. His fate resonated deeply within the crowd, each flicker of fire reflecting their own fears of being trapped in a never-ending cycle of pain. They could almost hear his anguished screams, a sound that clawed at their very souls, a reminder of the thin line between glory and destruction. As night fell, shadows danced along the paths, and the stories continued to flow, transforming into a vivid tapestry of emotions. The myth of Tantalus emerged, a king forever tormented by hunger and thirst, tantalizingly close to the fruits of his desires, yet utterly unable to grasp them. The fruit hung just out of reach, and the water slipped away whenever he bent to drink. The villagers felt the gnawing emptiness within their own hearts, a connection to Tantalus that made their own desires feel like cruel jokes of fate. Each man and woman in the crowd held their breath, recognizing the painful longing that could accompany life itself. In a hushed corner of the crowd, one voice rose above the rest, recounting the tale of the Erinyes, the avenging furies that pursued the wicked relentlessly, their wrath a constant reminder of the sins that had not yet been atoned for. The air grew heavier as the villagers imagined the dreadful sight of these winged women, their eyes aflame with fury, ready to exact vengeance. The thought sent shivers down spines, a visceral understanding of how deeply woven the concept of punishment was into the very fabric of their existence. As the stories flowed, the atmosphere thickened with an unshakable sense of foreboding. The villagers could feel the weight of their own choices pressing down upon them, a collective heartbeat of regret and fear. They shared stories of their own lives, of moments where they too had danced on the edge of right and wrong, where the consequences of their actions loomed large, ready to engulf them like a dark wave crashing upon the shore. With each story, the night wore on, wrapping the village in a shroud of unease. The air crackled with a potent mix of fear and reflection, the echoes of eternal punishment resonating in hearts that knew the fragility of their own humanity. As the moon rose high, illuminating the paths between the myths and the villagers, a sense of connection emerged. A bond forged in the recognition that they, too, were part of a grand narrative spun by the gods, where choices could lead to salvation or doom. The night felt alive, pulsating with the tension of unresolved destinies, and in that charged atmosphere, the stories lingered, echoing through time, daring to confront the hidden darkness that lay within. As the wind howled through the streets, a reminder of the eternal cycle of life, the villagers clung to one another, their whispered fears melding with the haunting tales, creating a symphony of human experience that would never truly end. In the quiet moments before dawn, when the world holds its breath, there lies an ancient tension, a fear wrapped in whispers of the divine. Every shadow seems to murmur the names of gods, each one a silent witness to the struggles of humanity. Who has not felt the weight of their gaze during times of reckoning? The gods, with their eternal power, craft the very fabric of judgment and punishment, their influence seen in the rippling waters of fate. Among the Greeks, towering atop Mount Olympus, the mighty Zeus wielded the thunderbolt, a tool of justice as much as it was of power. He was not just a king but a deity whose decisions sent shivers down the spine of mortals. When he judged, it was not with simple laws carved into stone but with the weight of human emotion and divine will. For every act, there was a consequence, a lesson wrapped in the folds of punishment. The tales of Prometheus, who dared to steal fire from the gods, echoed throughout history. His suffering was not just an illustration of vengeance, but a complex tapestry of mercy intertwined with severe retribution, where Zeus intended to teach both the Titan and humanity the price of hubris. Across the Mediterranean, in the shadow of the ancient Nile, the Egyptians also revered their deities in matters of judgment. Osiris, the god of the afterlife, presided over the weighing of hearts, a moment that would ripple through eternity. The heart of the deceased was placed on one side of the scale, counterbalanced by a feather, symbol of truth and justice. If the heart was heavier, weighed down by sins and regrets, it faced the terrifying fate of being devoured by the monstrous Ammit, a creature half lion, half crocodile. The dread of this moment, the anticipation of judgment, was a profound motivator for the living. They crafted their lives carefully, hoping for a featherlight heart in the afterlife. This cosmic balance of judgment was more than mere punishment. It was a reflection of one's life choices, a direct line between earthly actions and divine consequences. In the distant hills of the ancient Norse lands, the gods, too, played their part in the fates of men. Odin, the All-Father, presided over the realms of wisdom and war. He demanded sacrifice, not only of riches but of life itself, as seen in the harrowing tales of warriors who sought his favor on the battlefield. They believed that a glorious death would grant them a place in Valhalla, thus making each battle a deeply spiritual endeavor. Yet, those who fell without honor faced the chilling embrace of hell, where a shadowed goddess awaited them with open arms, ready to punish the dishonorable with eternal obscurity. In this world, the gods did not merely judge. They shaped destinies, their wills interwoven with each life. Further east, in the vast landscapes of India, the gods of Hinduism wielded their own brand of justice through karma. The essence of one's actions, whether good or bad, reverberated through lifetimes, leading to rebirth in a different form, a terrifyingly beautiful cycle. The stories of Yama, the god of death, and his determination to hold souls accountable for their deeds painted a vivid picture of divine judgment. His messengers traversed the realms, whispering tales of deeds done and debts owed. The fear of retribution was palpable, pressing down like the weight of the sky, urging each soul to tread carefully in the dance of life. Each blessing and each curse was a thread in the grand tapestry of existence, woven together by the hands of the divine. In the rich soil of Mesoamerica, the Aztecs revered Tlaloc, the rain god, who wielded the power of life and death through storms and droughts. The Aztecs believed that their survival hung by a thread, and that every drop of rain was a gift from a deity who demanded respect and reverence. Yet, when the gifts fell short, the people faced the wrath of Tlaloc, whose anger could bring devastating floods or parching droughts. The priests, draped in the feathers of Quetzal, would perform rituals, hoping to appease the god, lest they be punished by nature's devastating hands. The connection between divine judgment and earthly survival was inseparable, each action echoing in the hearts of the people. Here, the tension builds like a storm on the horizon. The gods, with their inscrutable motives and fierce powers, orchestrate destinies with a flick of their divine fingers. Their judgments are not mere retribution but lessons wrapped in pain and glory, forging heroes and shaping realms. The weight of their eyes upon the living stirs a primal fear, a reminder that every action echoes through the ages, carving a path toward destiny. As night falls, the heavens shimmer with countless stars, each one a witness to the stories of human struggles and divine judgment. In this eternal cycle, the gods hold the power to both lift and crush, to bless and to punish. And as mortals navigate this treacherous landscape, they cannot help but wonder, what will the gods decree for them? With every choice, every whisper of fate, the pulse of judgment quickens, drawing them ever closer to the edge of the unknown. The tension thickens, a palpable force binding all that has been and all that is yet to come. The gods await, poised to unravel the threads of life with a mere flick of their wrists. In this world, where humanity dances on the precipice of fate, the line between judgment and punishment blurs, leaving hearts racing and souls trembling, yearning for answers, caught in the relentless pull of divine will. The air was thick, heavy with the weight of whispered secrets and forgotten sorrows, as shadows danced in the flickering light of the torches lining the walls of the underworld. Silence hung like a shroud, broken only by the distant echoes of despair. This was a place where the living dared not tread, a realm woven from the threads of myth and fear, where the souls of the departed wandered, waiting in haunting uncertainty. In Roman literature, the underworld was no mere afterthought. It was a vivid tapestry of emotions painted with the brushstrokes of dread and longing. Virgil, in his epic Aeneid, crafted a map of this dark sanctuary, where souls floated like mist, seeking solace or suffering in their eternal fate. The River Styx, a boundary between the living and the dead, appeared as a murky line that divided hope from hopelessness. Charon, the grim ferryman, awaited with a gaze as cold as the waters he traversed, ready to carry the lost across, but only if they could pay his toll, a coin placed beneath the tongue, the final gift of the living. Each soul that crossed that river was weighed down by the burden of their earthly life. The rich and powerful, once adorned with jewels and titles, now stood naked, stripped of their grandeur. Their cries of regret reverberated through the cavernous depths, mingling with the whispers of those who had met untimely ends. The poet did not shy away from the terrors of this place. He described the cries of the damned as a symphony of torment, a reminder of what awaited those who strayed from the light. As the soul journeyed deeper into the underworld, they encountered the fields of punishment, where the guilty faced their transgressions. The vivid imagery of tortured souls clung to the mind, each punishment crafted to reflect the sins of their past lives. A man who had committed greed was bound to a tree, forever choking on his own avarice. Another who had betrayed loved ones stood in a pit of fire, the flames licking at his heels with every step he took. The emotional weight of these descriptions was palpable, tugging at heartstrings, invoking empathy for those who had fallen from grace. And yet, there was light amidst the shadows. The Elysian fields stretched out like a beacon of hope, a promise of peace for the virtuous souls. Here, the air was fragrant with blossoms, and laughter echoed like music in the gentle breeze. The worthy experienced eternal bliss, surrounded by beauty and the warmth of the sun, enjoying the company of heroes and poets. It was a stark contrast to the struggles of the damned, a bittersweet reminder that virtue, while often unrecognized in life, was rewarded in death. Ovid, another maestro of Roman literature, painted a different vision in his Metamorphoses. His tales were laced with metamorphosis, transformation, and the relentless passage of time, emphasizing the cycle of life and death. The underworld here was not a static place. It was alive, shifting like the currents of water. The river Lethe offered oblivion, a chance for the weary souls to forget their past lives. Those who drank from its waters emerged anew, free from their burdens but also stripped of their identities, wandering eternally without purpose. Each sip was a tantalizing promise and a heart-wrenching sacrifice. It was a cruel twist of fate that echoed through the ages, leaving readers questioning the value of memory in the face of suffering. It was in the chilling verses of Lucan's Pharsalia that the underworld took on an even more haunting dimension. Here, the poet depicted a landscape of despair, where the damned were not just punished, but also consumed by the cycle of violence and chaos that marked their earthly existence. The imagery was vivid and grotesque, a world where the very ground wept for the bloodshed of its inhabitants. The terror of the underworld in Lucan's vision was a reflection of the internal conflicts of humanity, a mirror held up to a society steeped in strife and betrayal. This underworld was not just a place of exile. It was a profound commentary on the nature of existence itself. And as the souls wandered through this dark expanse, they encountered the guardians of the underworld, three fearsome sisters, the Furies, whose eyes burned with the fire of vengeance. They haunted the dreams of those who had wronged others, pursuing the guilty with relentless fury. The emotional tension thickened as the reader felt the oppressive weight of guilt and fear, the undeniable consequence of actions taken in life. The Furies were not merely creatures of punishment. They were embodiments of remorse, a constant reminder that one could never escape the echoes of their past. The haunting tales of the underworld continued to twist and turn, presenting faces of gods and demigods who roamed these shadowy realms, each with their own stories of love, loss, and longing. The tragic figure of Orpheus, who ventured into the depths to retrieve his beloved Eurydice, resonated deeply with the audience. His journey was fraught with danger, and his heart ached with the weight of love and despair. The music he played could move even the hardest of hearts, yet it was the very love that led him to tragedy, one fateful glance that sealed Eurydice's fate. The poignancy of this tale lingered in the air like the fading notes of a sorrowful song, reminding all who read it of the fragility of life and the torment of love lost. As the stories of the underworld unfolded, the reader was pulled into a world where emotion reigned supreme. The chilling descriptions of punishment and the sweet promises of peace danced together, a constant push and pull that left one breathless. The underworld in Roman literature was not simply a backdrop. It was an intricate tapestry of human emotion, woven with threads of fear, regret, love, and hope. Each word was a brushstroke on a canvas painted with the deepest shades of the human experience, captivating all who dared to venture into its depths. The air grew heavier with anticipation as the stories lingered, weaving a spell that held the reader captive. The echoes of despair and the warmth of hope intertwined seamlessly, creating a loop of emotions that refused to let go, drawing one deeper into the haunting beauty of the underworld's dark embrace, where every soul had a story, and every story begged to be told. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient Roman sky, where the flickering stars whispered tales of gods and men, a profound transformation was unfolding beneath the cobbled streets of the empire. The scent of incense wafted through the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of the Tiber River, setting the stage for a dramatic clash between souls and senses. In this vibrant tapestry, a new idea took root, an idea so powerful that it would change the way Romans understood life, death, and what lay beyond. Amid the bustling forums and majestic temples, two worlds collided: the pragmatic, concrete beliefs of the Romans and the ethereal, philosophical whispers of Plato. Plato, the Greek thinker, had posited an otherworldly realm where souls transcended the earthly coil, where the essence of a person endured beyond the grave. His dialogues painted vivid pictures of a realm of forms, a place where truth and beauty reigned supreme, far removed from the mundane struggles of human existence. This concept lingered like a shadow over the minds of Romans, inviting them to reconsider their long-held beliefs. In the twilight of the Republic, as gladiators prepared for their battles amidst the roar of the crowd, whispers of Plato's teachings fluttered through the marble columns. Stoic philosophers, seeking to make sense of human suffering and mortality, began to intertwine Platonic thought into their teachings. They spoke of the soul's journey, a journey that didn't end with the final breath but continued on, echoing in eternity. It stirred the hearts of those who had lost loved ones, offering solace in the face of grief. Life, they argued, was mere preparation for an existence that transcended the flesh. Around candlelit tables, Romans debated the nature of the afterlife. They were captivated by the idea that the soul, once freed from its earthly bonds, could attain a higher understanding of the universe. The notion of judgment after death emerged, a powerful concept that both terrified and fascinated. The idea that one's actions in life would resonate in the afterlife sparked fervent discussions, as citizens pondered their legacies and the weight of their choices. What would the gods think of their lives? What would be the fate of their souls? The transition from the traditional Roman beliefs of an afterlife in the fields of Elysium or the dark realms of the underworld to a more intricate view was not without tension. The old ways clashed with the new, as the ancestral spirits of the family, known as the Laras and Penates, watched with an unyielding gaze. They had long been seen as protectors, and now the very foundation of their importance was being questioned. Would family loyalty and remembrance still matter if souls were destined for a higher plane? In the grand halls of power, the echoes of Platonic thought began to resonate with the elite. Philosophers and statesmen, captivated by the potential of these ideas, sought to mold the civic fabric of Rome. They envisioned a society that valued not just the glory of the body but the purity of the mind and soul. In the flickering light of philosophy, they found a tool for moral guidance, inspiring the powerful and the powerless alike to seek a higher purpose. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow over the forum, an unsettling fear crept into the hearts of many. What if the soul was not as immortal as Plato suggested? What if the darkness of oblivion awaited those who failed to rise above their earthly desires? Stories of tormented souls wandering the void began to spread like wildfire, igniting a passionate debate about the consequences of one's actions. The shadows of doubt lurked in every corner, pressuring citizens to grapple with their beliefs. In the quiet corners of Rome, the influence of Plato seeped into daily rituals. The Romans, who once revered the tangible, now found themselves confronting the intangible. They began to hold elaborate funerals, creating intricate mausoleums adorned with frescoes depicting their loved ones in a state of eternal bliss. The once simple act of honoring the dead transformed into a solemn celebration of the soul's journey, reflecting the deep-seated fear and hope woven into their lives. Among the whispers of the elite, a new cult emerged, devoted to the mysteries of life after death. It captured the imagination of the masses, drawing them into its folds with promises of enlightenment and eternal life. This cult, influenced by Platonic ideals, offered a vision of the afterlife that was not merely a shadowy echo of the past, but a vibrant continuation of existence. Initiates spoke of transcending the mundane and entering a realm of pure thought, filled with dazzling wonders. As the Roman Empire expanded, so did the reach of Platonic thought, merging with local beliefs and customs. The rich tapestry of cultures that surrounded Rome began to interlace with these new ideas, creating a patchwork of beliefs that both honored tradition and welcomed innovation. The teachings of Plato became a bridge, uniting disparate groups in a shared exploration of the cosmos and humanity's place within it. It was an exhilarating time, filled with emotional awakenings and spiritual quests that reverberated through every stratum of society. Yet, in the shadows, resistance brewed. Traditionalists clung fiercely to the ancient ways, haunted by visions of a world that threatened to unravel their cultural identity. They viewed the rising influence of Platonic thought as a challenge to their very essence. In the midst of grand discussions, passionate disagreements erupted, echoing through the crowded streets. The fight between old and new grew fiercer, each side fiercely defending its beliefs, unwilling to yield ground. As the moon cast a silver glow over the city, the tension reached a fever pitch. Philosophers, priests, and ordinary citizens alike found themselves wrestling with the eternal questions that Plato had ignited. Was there truly life after death? What awaited them beyond the veil? The urgency of these questions spread like wildfire, fueling an insatiable thirst for knowledge and understanding. Amidst this turmoil, the rich, emotional landscape of the Roman afterlife beliefs began to evolve dramatically. The voices of the living and the whisperings of the dead intertwined, crafting a narrative that was as much about the present as it was about the beyond. Each fleeting moment, each choice, became imbued with weighty significance, forever marked by the lingering echoes of Platonic thought, a tantalizing promise of immortality and enlightenment, even as the shadows of uncertainty loomed ever closer, waiting to wrap their fingers around the hearts of the curious and the complacent alike. The flickering flames of the torches cast eerie shadows on the ancient stone walls, the air thick with the scent of myrrh and the subtle whisper of incense. In the dim light, mourners gathered, their faces a tapestry of grief and reverence, each casting furtive glances at a figure draped in white, lying on a bed of herbs and flowers. The stillness in the room held a palpable weight, promising an unfolding drama that had played out for centuries. In a world where the living and the dead danced in an eternal waltz, the moment of departure from the mortal coil was steeped in sacred rituals, each a thread woven into the fabric of belief. The deceased was not merely lost but transformed, embarking on a perilous journey across the dark waters of the Styx, where the fates awaited to weigh their souls. The mourners, dressed in the somber colors of mourning, began to murmur incantations, their voices rising and falling like the tide. They believed that the journey over the river was fraught with dangers, that spirits lingered like shadows, ready to snatch away the unprepared. Each word was a lifeline, meant to guide the soul and ensure safe passage. As the eldest among them stepped forward, a hush fell. Clad in a robe adorned with symbols of protection, he raised a hand, palm open, and began to sprinkle barley and coins over the body. This was the offering to Charon, the grim ferryman of the Styx, an act of devotion that would ensure the deceased would not wander lost in the gloom. The mourners held their breath, for it was said that without this offering, the spirit might find itself forever trapped, doomed to haunt the living. Outside, the twilight deepened, a curtain drawing across the world. The mourners passed around a cup of wine, each taking a sip, a ritual echoing the ancient practice of sharing in the last meal. The liquid was rich and dark, a reminder of the blood that flowed through life and the earth that would reclaim the body. Tears glistened in the eyes of those gathered, not only for the loss but for the acknowledgement that this was a threshold not easily crossed. A woman stepped forward, her hands trembling as she placed a garland of flowers upon the still figure. They were not mere blooms. They were tokens of love, each petal whispering promises of remembrance. The air held a bittersweet tension as she leaned down, brushing her lips against the cold forehead, murmuring a prayer for the soul's safe passage, a promise that they would never be forgotten. As the prayers crescendoed, the atmosphere shifted. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the chamber, extinguishing the flames of the torches. The mourners gasped, their hearts racing, for in that fleeting moment, they felt the presence of something otherworldly. Whispers filled the void, the language of spirits long departed echoing around them, a reminder of the thin veil between life and death. The eldest began to chant louder, his voice rising above the murmurs of fear, calling upon the gods of the underworld. Each name was a spell, a key to unlocking the gates of the afterlife, invoking the protection of Hades and Persephone. Those gathered held hands, forming a circle of unity, their shared grief binding them together as they faced the unknown. Suddenly, a low rumble reverberated through the ground, as if the very earth was responding to their pleas. The sound echoed the heartbeat of the world, a reminder of the fragility of life. The candlelight flickered back to life, casting a warm glow once more, and a calm settled over the room. The tension released, yet the air was still thick with emotion, the reality of loss pressing heavily on each heart. As the rituals continued, the body was anointed with oils, fragrant and sacred, meant to cleanse and prepare the spirit for what lay ahead. The mourners spoke of the trials awaiting the soul, of the mythical beasts guarding the passage and the toll that must be paid. Each detail was steeped in history, tales passed down through generations, grounding them in the beliefs of their ancestors. The sky darkened outside, stars beginning to twinkle like distant memories, symbols of those who had crossed before. In a quiet moment, a child's voice broke through the solemnity, asking why the deceased was being treated with such reverence. The question hung in the air, innocent and piercing. The gathered adults exchanged glances, their hearts aching at the truth of it. They explained that the dead were not gone, but were embarking on a journey that required respect, love, and preparation. The child nodded, wide-eyed, absorbing the gravity of the situation. The final rites approached, and the eldest produced a small wooden boat, intricately carved, representing the vessel that would carry the soul across the Styx. Placing it gently beside the body, he whispered words that would forever echo in the hearts of those present. The offering was complete, and the moment of transition drew near. The air was electric with anticipation, every breath a prayer. With one last glance, the mourners gathered their courage and began to sing a haunting lullaby, a melody that spoke of love and loss, of hope and memory. The song enveloped the room, wrapping around the deceased like a warm embrace, a final farewell that would travel with the spirit on its journey. The flames flickered, the shadows danced, and for that brief moment, life and death intertwined, creating a tapestry woven with sorrow and beauty. As the last notes faded into the silence, the room trembled, a reminder that the passage was imminent. Those gathered felt the weight of history upon their shoulders, the countless souls who had journeyed before now beckoning, urging the departed onward. The air thickened once more, anticipation mingling with mourning, an emotional surge that promised a transition into a realm where the living met the echoes of the past. And as the final words of the ritual hung, suspended in the air, the boundary between the earthly and the eternal shimmered, inviting the spirit into the embrace of the unknown, where shadows whispered of the adventures yet to come. The air was thick with the scent of despair, shadows lurking in every corner of a dimly lit Roman villa. A poet sat beneath a flickering oil lamp, quill poised over parchment, heart racing with the weight of countless unspoken torments. Outside, the laughter of the city echoed, a stark contrast to the tempest brewing within. Each stroke of the pen was a cry, an attempt to capture the anguish that gnawed at the soul, a torment that would resonate through the ages, binding the past with the present in an eternal struggle. In the streets of ancient Rome, torment was not just a feeling. It was a raw, pulsating force, woven through the very fabric of life. Poets like Catullus and Virgil wielded their words like weapons, slicing through the facades of love and loss, their verses dripping with a pain so vivid it felt almost tangible. Catullus, with his sharp wit and piercing honesty, transformed his own heartbreak into a masterpiece of emotional turmoil. His verses spoke of a love that turned bitter, a woman who once set his heart ablaze now leaving him in an icy abyss of longing. He captured the essence of torment, the sleepless nights, the gnawing regret, the feeling of being trapped in a world devoid of joy. Virgil, too, painted torment in grand strokes, but his canvas was epic. The fate of Aeneas was a testament to the suffering inherent in duty and destiny. As he wandered through the smoldering ruins of Troy, torn between love and obligation, readers could almost hear the crackling of flames and the wails of the fallen. Torment became a character in itself, guiding Aeneas through trials that mirrored the struggles of every soul faced with insurmountable odds. The weight of his journey echoed through the lines, a reminder of the burdens each person carried, hidden beneath the surface. Then there was Ovid, whose words danced with the pain of separation and transformation. In Metamorphoses, he chronicled stories of love twisted cruelly by fate, where passion turned to anguish as lovers were torn apart, turned into trees, rivers, or stones. Each metamorphosis was a reflection of the torment within, the struggle to hold on to what was lost, the desperation of the heart yearning for what could never be reclaimed. The imagery was alive, vivid and haunting, creating a tapestry of emotions that left readers breathless, clinging to each syllable as if it were a lifeline. The Roman poets did not shy away from the darker sides of life. They exposed the raw nerve endings of human experience, stripping away the layers of civility to reveal the primal scream of anguish that lay beneath. The poet Horace, often regarded as the voice of moderation, too confronted torment in his own way. His reflections on loss and the inevitable passage of time resonated with an acute understanding of mortality. In the stillness of his verses, one could feel the weight of fleeting moments, the sharp pang of nostalgia that accompanies every cherished memory. The torment he articulated was not always loud. Sometimes, it whispered softly, resonating in the quiet corners of the heart. Amidst the lyrical beauty, the harsh realities of Roman life seeped into the poetry, capturing the struggles of those who lived in the shadows. Slaves and the poor, often forgotten, found their voices through the verses of lesser-known poets. Their tales were steeped in torment, painted in strokes of suffering and resilience. The anguish of oppression, the longing for freedom, echoed through their lines, raw and unfiltered, a reminder that pain was universal, binding all of humanity together. As the poet continued to write, the flickering candle cast an eerie glow, illuminating the contours of despair. Each word birthed another layer of torment, as if the act of creation itself was a form of catharsis. The page became a canvas of agony and ecstasy, where every line pulsed with life. The poet's heart raced. With every stroke of the quill, the ghosts of history danced around him, churning emotions that had once been buried in the annals of time. In the throes of despair, the poet stumbled upon a truth that transcended the ages, the idea that torment, while deeply personal, could forge connections between souls. Each line he penned held the potential to resonate with readers centuries later, a bridge spanning the chasms of time and experience. The torment felt by Aeneas, Catullus, Virgil, and Ovid was not theirs alone. It was a collective pain, an echo that rippled through the years, inviting others to share in the fragile tapestry of suffering. As the oil lamp flickered, the poet's mind drifted to the notion of hope entwined with torment. The very act of expressing pain brought forth a sliver of solace, a reminder that through the suffering, beauty could emerge. The words carved out of anguish were a testament to resilience, proof that even in the darkest moments, the human spirit could rise, fractured yet unyielding. The night deepened, and the rhythmic scratching of the quill against parchment became a mantra, a heartbeat of creativity. The poet knew that his work was far from done. The layers of torment he sought to capture were endless, each one deeper than the last. With every poem, he sought not just to depict suffering, but to give it voice, to breathe life into the silent cries echoing through the streets of Rome. The world outside continued to spin, oblivious to the quiet storm brewing within the walls of that villa. Yet, the poet was not alone. The spirits of the past lingered, whispering their stories through the ink. Their torment became his, each tale weaving into the rich tapestry of Roman poetry, a legacy of pain and beauty that would echo through the ages, seamlessly transitioning into a realm where the past and future collided, leaving the poet, and all who would read his words, forever entrapped in the haunting embrace of torment. The air was thick with laughter, the clatter of wooden benches, and the pungent smell of sweat and wine. In the bustling heart of ancient Rome, the theater pulsed like a living organism, each audience member a part of its vibrant heartbeat. On the stage, masked actors transformed into characters who danced between the lines of humor and horror, their voices weaving tales that echoed the struggles of the human soul. Among them lurked the shadow of the Styx, a river not merely of water but of stark fears and unending sorrow. As the early evening sun cast long shadows across the stage, the audience leaned in, captivated by a scene unfolding before them. A comically bumbling Charon, the infamous ferryman of the dead, stood with his oar, swatting away misguided souls who thought they could cross the Styx for free. His exaggerated movements and flamboyant gestures drew laughter, while each chuckle masked the deeper anxiety of mortality that lingered just beneath the surface. Charon, in his tattered cloak, became a caricature of fate, reminding everyone that no one escaped the clutches of death, no matter how ridiculous the dance of life seemed. The playwright skillfully twisted this absurdity into a mirror reflecting the society's own fears. The Styx, a river that separated the living from the realm of the dead, was not just a backdrop. It was a character in its own right, evoking the tension of impending doom. It flowed through the narratives of Roman comedy and satire, swirling around themes of greed, betrayal, and the futility of human ambition. Each performance was a reminder of what lay beyond the veil, and for a moment, the audience felt the cold breath of the Styx on their necks. As the laughter echoed in the theater, it was often punctuated by sharp gasps, the memories of lost loved ones creeping back into minds like shadows. The playwright had a knack for juxtaposing humor with heartache. In one scene, a rich merchant was led to believe he could bribe Charon with gold coins. The absurdity was palpable. Could wealth truly shield him from the inevitable? The audience roared with laughter, yet a nagging voice whispered that the merchant's fate mirrored their own. Would they too find themselves grasping for material possessions when faced with the final crossing? The actors, with their masks that exaggerated every expression, portrayed not just characters but the very essence of humanity's struggle against the unknown. A clever slave, quick-witted and astute, delivered biting commentary on the futility of status. "You think gold buys passage across the Styx?" he quipped, and the audience erupted. His words were both a jest and a truth, challenging the audience to reflect on their own lives. The Styx was not just a river, it was a reminder of the fragility of existence. In one of the more poignant moments of the play, a young woman, her face painted with sorrow, mourned her lost lover, who had met his end too soon. As she sang a haunting tune, the laughter faded, replaced by a collective gasp. The Styx loomed larger here, a dark reminder that love, too, could be swept away in the tide of fate. The river became a symbol of separation, of all that was lost and could never be regained. Her voice pierced the laughter like a dagger, and for a moment, the audience sat in stunned silence, the weight of grief settling heavy in the air. Yet the comedy would not be restrained. As the scene turned, the young woman was soon joined by a gaggle of bumbling souls attempting to navigate the complexities of love and loss. Their antics, though absurd, held an eerie familiarity. They stumbled like real people do through the messiness of life. They tripped over one another, their jokes mixing with the undercurrent of sorrow, reminding everyone that while death was inevitable, life's little absurdities held a beauty all their own. The Styx, as it moved through the stories, became a river of both laughter and tears. It connected moments of joy with the harsh realities of existence, accentuating the humor in human folly while never allowing the audience to forget the specter that loomed just beyond the veil. The actors played off each other, bantering and jesting, but within each quip lay a lesson, a truth that resonated deeply with the crowd. As the production reached its climax, a grand scene unfolded. A procession of souls, each with their own story, approached the riverbank. Some were jubilant, laughing as they recounted their lives, while others clung to regret. The laughter started to swell again, but with it came a sense of foreboding. Would they find peace on the other side, or would the Styx hold them captive in its cold embrace? Each soul had a tale to tell, a life that resonated with the audience, pulling them deeper into the unfolding drama. The final scene approached, and the actors, with their exaggerated masks and theatrical flair, brought forth a spectacle that left the audience breathless. Charon, now a larger-than-life figure, stood at the banks, his oar poised dramatically over the water. The tension was palpable. Would he accept the rich merchant's bribe? Would the grieving woman find solace? The answers were cloaked in the laughter and the tears, leaving the audience on the edge of their seats, hearts racing with anticipation. As the curtain began to fall, laughter mixed with a poignant silence. The audience caught in a web of emotions, their minds swirling with thoughts of life, death, and the inevitable crossing of the Styx. It was a moment suspended in time, where the boundary between humor and tragedy blurred, leaving everyone to ponder their own journeys through life. The echoes of laughter intertwined with whispers of loss, and the river flowed on, carrying with it the weight of every heart that had ever loved, lost, and laughed. In the flickering light of a single oil lamp, a young woman named Aurelia sat in the shadows of her modest home in the province of Gaul, her heart heavy with grief. The echoes of laughter from her family lingered in the air, ghosts of a life shattered by loss. Her beloved brother had succumbed to illness, leaving her with an unbearable ache. As she stared at the fire dancing before her, Aurelia couldn't help but wonder what awaited him beyond the veil of death. Were the tales of the afterlife merely whispers of hope, or were they a comforting lie spun by the living to ease their fears? Across the vast expanse of the Roman Empire, the beliefs surrounding the afterlife blossomed into a vibrant tapestry, woven from the threads of diverse cultures and traditions. In Egypt, the heart was weighed against the feather of Ma'at, the goddess of truth and justice. The righteous would stroll in the field of reeds, a paradise of eternal life, while the wicked faced the terrifying jaws of Ammit, the devourer of souls. The sun god Ra would guide the worthy through this mystical journey, their spirits soaring above the Nile. Meanwhile, in the arid landscapes of the Roman provinces, such as Judea, whispers of resurrection danced in the air. Stories of a man who rose from the dead spread like wildfire. Some clung to the hope that they, too, could find eternal life through faith. The connection between this world and the next became a lifeline, tethering the faithful to a promise of salvation. The local people gathered in the shadows of olive trees to share tales of prophets and miracles, their hearts aflame with the possibility of what lay beyond. In contrast, the inhabitants of Britain carved intricate funerary monuments, their artistry reflecting a deep reverence for the sacred. The Celts believed in the Otherworld, a place where the dead continued to exist, their spirits roaming through lush meadows and crystal-clear rivers. They honored their ancestors with feasts, calling upon their spirits to join them in celebration. It was a bittersweet reminder of the fragile boundary between life and death, as the living sought solace in the memory of those who had passed. As Aurelia's thoughts drifted, the solemnity of her culture pressed down upon her. The Romans in Gaul buried their dead with coins placed in the mouth, believing they would pay Charon, the ferryman, for passage across the River Styx. The thought of her brother's spirit standing at the banks, searching for a way to cross, filled her with dread. What if he had no coins? What if he wandered aimlessly in darkness, lost and alone? The agony of uncertainty gnawed at her heart like a relentless predator. In the shadowy corners of the empire, various beliefs intertwined. In Hispania, the Romans embraced a blend of indigenous traditions and new ideas. There, bodies were cremated, and the ash was collected in urns, symbolizing a departure from the physical world. At the same time, some clung to the notion of a life beyond death, where souls would gather in a sunlit paradise, free from suffering. The clash of ideas created an atmosphere thick with tension, each belief vying for dominance, each soul seeking comfort in the face of mortality. Aurelia's despair turned to anger as she thought of her brother's burial. They had laid him to rest beneath a simple stone, adorned with a modest inscription. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to act. She wanted to honor him to ensure he found peace. Rising from her seat, she gathered herbs and flowers, her fingers trembling with the weight of her purpose. She would make an offering, a bridge between this world and the next. Across the empire, similar stories played out in quiet homes and bustling marketplaces. In the far reaches of Numidia, a young man named Marcus listened to the elders speak of a great judgment day. The belief that everyone would stand before the gods and face their deeds was both terrifying and liberating. The air crackled with anticipation as families shared their hopes and fears. Would they be welcomed into the embrace of the divine or cast into eternal darkness? In Marcus's heart, a flicker of courage ignited. He yearned to impress the gods, to leave behind a legacy of honor. On the other side of the Mediterranean, the flickering hues of dusk painted the sky as the citizens of Carthage gathered to remember their fallen. Beneath the branches of ancient trees, They spoke of Baal, their god who guided the dead to the afterlife. The belief in reincarnation flowed through their veins, giving them a profound sense of connection to their ancestors. They danced, their bodies moving with the rhythm of the drums, celebrating life and death as one. The scent of incense swirled around them, mingling with their laughter and tears, a celebration of the inevitable cycle that bound them together, both living and dead. As Aurelia placed the flowers on her brother's grave, a sudden gust of wind rustled the leaves, sending a shiver down her spine. In that moment, she could almost feel his presence, a whisper of love brushing against her cheek. Was he there, watching over her, or was it merely the wind playing tricks? The boundaries between life and death blurred, and she felt a surge of determination. She would not let despair consume her. Through her grief, she would forge a connection that transcended the grave. In the provinces, the struggle to understand the afterlife birthed countless rituals and customs. In the bustling streets of Rome, the wealthy adorned their tombs with lavish decorations, ensuring their names would echo through eternity. They believed that the memories of the living could grant them immortality. In contrast, the humble laborers who toiled under the sun found solace in simpler beliefs. They spoke of a peaceful resting place where they would reunite with loved ones, their spirits forever entwined. As Aurelia stepped back from the grave, she felt the weight of the past merge with the promise of the future. The stories of her people echoed in her mind, each one a thread in the intricate fabric of existence. She understood then that while the paths to the afterlife differed, the longing for connection and understanding was universal. The heartbeat of humanity pulsed through these beliefs, binding them together in a shared journey through time and space. The candle flickered out, leaving her in darkness. The world outside was vast and filled with mysteries, but within her heart glimmered a light of hope, a desire to uncover what lay beyond. As she turned to leave, a sudden thought struck her like a bolt of lightning. What if her brother's spirit was not lost but waiting for her to embrace the stories of their ancestors? The thought fueled her resolve, igniting a fire within that she could no longer contain. And somewhere, in the distance, the winds of change began to stir, whispering secrets of the afterlife that would bridge the divide between the living and the dead. The River Styx flowed silently beneath the gray skies of the Roman world, a dark ribbon of water that marked the boundary between life and the unknown. To the Romans, it was not just a river. It was a harbinger of judgment, a chilling reminder of the consequences of sin. As souls approached its murky waters, fear and regret clung to their hearts like shadows. The ferryman Charon awaited, his boat ready to carry the deceased to their final resting place. Yet each trip held the weight of a lifetime of choices. There was a time when Lucius, a once revered soldier of Rome, stood at the riverbank, heart pounding in rhythm with the rushing water. The echoes of his past filled the air, the battles fought for glory and the sacrifices made for the empire. But as he gazed into the swirling depths, he felt the bitter chill of his sins wrapping around him, colder than the waters themselves. He had taken a life, yes, but it was more than that. He had betrayed a comrade, a friend who had trusted him with his life. The haunting memories flooded back, and Lucius shuddered as he thought of the betrayal's consequences, not only for his friend but for himself. In Roman society, sin was not merely the act of wrongdoing. It was a stain upon one's honor. The weight of reputation bore down heavily on every citizen. Public shame was a punishment worse than death. Lucius had tasted that dishonor. It had seeped into his bones like the dampness of the Styx. As he stood on the bank, he recalled the whispers of the elders, their voices echoing the belief that every sin, no matter how small, was a thread woven into the fabric of fate, a thread that could unravel at any moment. As Charon approached, his eyes as cold and unyielding as the river itself, Lucius felt his heart race. The ferryman's presence was a reminder that there was no escaping the consequences of one's actions. "Are you ready?" Charon's voice was gravelly, like stones scraping against one another. It wasn't just a question. It was a judgment. Around him, the air thickened with the weight of despair. The souls of the damned floated by, their faces twisted in anguish, each one a testament to a life lived without remorse. They were no longer human. They were shadows of their former selves, trapped by the chains of their sins. Lucius could see their haunted eyes, pleading for forgiveness that would never come, a stark reminder of the price of betrayal and cowardice. As he stepped closer to the boat, Lucius remembered the teachings of his youth, the tales of the gods who watched over the living and the dead. They were never far from the minds of the Romans, their stories woven into the very fabric of society. Each deity represented a moral lesson, a guidepost for right and wrong. Jupiter, the king of the gods, demanded justice. Venus, the goddess of love, taught compassion, and Minerva, the goddess of wisdom, urged the pursuit of knowledge. But who watched over the souls who had strayed into darkness? The answer lay in the hands of Charon and the stern judges who stood at the gates of the afterlife. "Only the worthy cross," Charon muttered, his voice as unforgiving as the currents. Lucius's heart sank. Was he worthy? He clutched his chest, feeling the weight of every choice, every moment of weakness, every act of cruelty. The river flowed steadily, its dark waters whispering secrets, echoing the cries of those who had succumbed to temptation. The Romans held a profound belief in the power of sin, and every misdeed was recorded in the annals of one's life. To stray from the path of virtue was to invite disaster, not just for oneself but for family and friends. The gods were ever watchful, and their retribution was swift. The stories of those who had crossed the line echoed in the minds of all. Stories of politicians who betrayed their people, soldiers who turned on their own, lovers who broke sacred vows. Each tale was a warning, a lesson carved into the collective memory of society. Yet, amid the whispers of regret and the weight of judgment, there was a flicker of hope. For Rome was also a place of redemption. Every citizen yearned to atone, to seek forgiveness and restore their honor. Temples dedicated to various deities were filled with offerings, and prayers echoed in the halls, beseeching the gods for mercy. The very act of acknowledging one's sins was a step toward absolution, a chance to cleanse the soul before the final crossing. Lucius, caught in this tempest of emotions, felt a sudden urge to scream his sins to the river, to cast them into the depths and watch as they sunk beneath the surface, lost forever. But the power of confession was not his to wield. It was up to the gods. He could only stand in silent torment, the river's current beckoning him like a siren's call, whispering promises of peace tinged with the shadows of his past. As Charon extended his hand, Lucius hesitated, caught in the throes of a moral reckoning. Was he prepared to face judgment? The river swirled with the memories of countless souls, each one a mirror reflecting his own failings. Would he become just another whisper among the damned? Or could he find a way to atone before it was too late? The waters lapped gently at the banks, and the air was thick with the scent of earth and despair. The ferryman's gaze pierced through Lucius, and in that moment, a sense of urgency took hold. The river was not only a physical boundary. It represented a choice that hung between life and afterlife, between sin and redemption. The choice was his, but time was slipping away like sand through clenched fingers. As the dark waters beckoned him, Lucius took a breath, the weight of his past heavy on his chest. The River Styx flowed endlessly, a reminder that no one could escape the consequences of their actions, and he stood at a crossroads, teetering on the brink of a decision that would echo through eternity. In the dim light of a flickering torch, shadows danced on the cold stone walls, whispering secrets of a world unseen. Beneath the surface of the earth, a complex web of existence unfolded, a place where the souls of the departed wandered, each on a path dictated by the choices they made in life. The air was dense with a profound sense of anticipation, as if the very ground held its breath, waiting for the next story to emerge from the depths of its dark embrace. The underworld was not merely a single destination, but a vast expanse divided into distinct territories, each echoing with the cries of the tormented or the sighs of the contented. On one side lay the grim landscape of torment, where shadows loomed like hungry beasts. For centuries, myths told of this dreadful expanse, where the cries of the damned rose in a cacophony of sorrow. Tales of lost souls, condemned to wander endlessly, haunted the living. In this realm of suffering, the rivers ran thick with despair, and the ground was scorched by an unending fire, mirroring the agony of its inhabitants. Each soul bore the weight of its past, shackled to the eternal consequences of choices made during their fleeting time on earth. Here, the tormented faced their deepest fears in vivid, haunting visions. A man who had betrayed his closest friend now walked a path surrounded by treacherous illusions, where shadows of his former companion taunted him relentlessly. The echoes of their shared laughter twisted into shrieks of betrayal, gnawing at his mind with an insatiable hunger. Every step he took felt like a mile, every moment stretched into eternity. But just beyond this harrowing landscape, in stark contrast, lay the fields of reward. A serene expanse bathed in golden light, where the gentle sounds of laughter and music floated through the air like soft, inviting melodies. Here, the souls who had lived with kindness and courage gathered in harmony, their spirits intertwined like the roots of a mighty oak. They shared stories, reminisced about their days on earth, and celebrated the lives they had led, cloaked in the warmth of love and compassion. A woman with a heart full of grace walked through this lush terrain, her footsteps light as she approached a shimmering lake. It was said that this water held the essence of joy, reflecting not just the beauty of the skies above but the purity of the souls who had arrived. When she dipped her fingers into the cool surface, ripples expanded outward, carrying with them the laughter of children she had helped and the grateful whispers of the elderly she had comforted. Each touch drew forth memories, bright and vivid, filling her with a sense of peace she had longed for even in life. Yet, lurking at the edges of this paradise were reminders of the balance that governed both realms. The spirits of those who had gained entry into the comforting fields often turned to gaze back at the cursed landscape, their hearts heavy with compassion for those still trapped in torment. They understood that while joy enveloped them, it was a joy intertwined with the sorrow of others. This connection shone as a beacon, reminding them that every soul was part of a larger tapestry, a delicate weave of experiences, choices, and consequences. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the boundary between the two realms softened, allowing the cries of the damned to mingle with the laughter of the blessed. The contrast was jarring, a haunting reminder of the fragility of existence. It tugged at the heartstrings of the fortunate, urging them to remember the lessons of empathy, charity, and forgiveness. Every choice made during life rippled through eternity, a truth that echoed through the ages. In the shadowy corners of the underworld, the judges, those ancient beings who had witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations, observed the unfolding drama with an unyielding gaze. They held the scales of judgment, ever balanced, weighing the light against the darkness. Their faces were etched with the wisdom of countless lifetimes, and their decisions were final, casting souls into the appropriate realms with the gravity of an eternal decree. Those who had sown seeds of discord faced harsh consequences, while the kind-hearted were rewarded for their benevolence. A chilling gust of wind swept through the underworld, rustling the leaves of a ghostly tree that stood sentinel at the crossroads. The whispers of lost souls filled the air, their stories a constant reminder of the paths they had chosen. Some sought redemption, their spirits flickering like candles in the dark, yearning for a chance to rewrite their destinies. They clung to hope, believing that even in the darkest corners, a flicker of light could guide them back to the path of righteousness. Back in the fields of reward, the spirits engaged in games of joy, their laughter spilling over like the fragrance of blooming flowers. They danced under the stars, each twirl a celebration of the lives they had touched, the love they had shared. But even in this euphoric atmosphere, the ever-present shadows of the underworld loomed close, a stark reminder that the world of the living was but a thin veil separating joy from despair. As the night deepened, the borders of the underworld seemed to pulse with life, as if the very earth was alive with stories waiting to be told. The souls, both tormented and blessed, remained intertwined in an unending cycle, a poignant reminder that existence transcended mere life and death. Choices echoed through time, weaving a narrative rich with emotion, tension, and the promise of consequences that would reverberate through the ages. The underworld's geography was not just about torment or reward. It was a reflection of the human experience, a map drawn from the heart, a heart filled with the capacity for both love and hate, light and darkness. As the clock ticked relentlessly on, the stories of the souls both trapped and free continued to unfold, each moment a thread in the vast tapestry of the universe, each breath a reminder of the delicate balance that shaped their eternal fates. And in this darkness and light, the journey was far from over. It was merely a pause before the next chapter of existence began to unfold. The whispers of the ancient world floated softly through the air, as if carried by a gentle breeze. The Styx, a river shrouded in a haunting mystique, beckoned the lost souls of the dead, its dark waters gleaming ominously under the moonlight. In the flickering shadows cast by twisted trees, shrines dedicated to this formidable river stood as solemn reminders of the boundary between life and the afterlife. Here, amid the echoes of the past, worshippers sought solace and connection with the divine. In the heart of Roman religion, the Styx was more than just a river. It was a symbol of passage. The faithful would gather at its banks, their hearts heavy with the weight of grief and longing, as they remembered loved ones who had crossed its waters. The air was thick with the scent of incense, rising like a prayer, curling into the night sky. Offerings of flowers, coins, and small trinkets were scattered along the shore, shimmering tokens of love and regret. Each gift was a plea, a desperate attempt to honor the dead and secure their favor in the afterlife. At the foot of the shrine, a woman named Claudia knelt, her hands trembling as she placed a garland of fresh violets at the water's edge. Memories of her husband flooded her mind, the way he used to laugh, the warmth of his embrace. She closed her eyes, wishing she could feel that warmth once more. The chilling waters of the Styx seemed to pulse with life, and for a fleeting moment, she felt a connection to him, as if he were watching over her from the other side. Nearby, a group of men gathered, their voices rising and falling like waves crashing upon the shore. They spoke of the importance of appeasing Charon, the enigmatic ferryman who guided souls across the river. A coin placed beneath the tongue was said to ensure safe passage, a small price to pay for an eternity of peace. The men debated fiercely, their emotions raw and unfiltered, each of them wrestling with their own fears of death. The Styx loomed large in their thoughts, a reminder that life was fleeting and that the river was always waiting. As dusk descended, the shadows deepened, and the atmosphere grew thick with anticipation. The flickering flames of oil lamps cast eerie silhouettes along the water, illuminating the faces of those who had come to seek solace. Among them was an old priest, draped in a tattered robe, his voice hoarse but resolute. He recited ancient prayers, invoking the blessings of the gods, while the crowd listened in rapt attention. The river responded, its waters lapping gently against the stones, almost as if it were alive, listening to their pleas. The priest spoke of the power of the Styx, its reputation as a boundary that could not be crossed by the living. It is said that to touch its waters is to invite calamity, he warned, his eyes glinting with a mixture of fear and reverence. Yet there, in the flickering light, hearts raced with the thrill of the unknown. Some felt the pull of the river's dark allure, an inexplicable draw toward the mysteries hidden within its depths. As the night unfolded, Claudia felt a sudden chill sweep through her, as if the very fabric of the air had shifted. In that moment, she caught a glimpse of something, or someone, rising from the water. A figure emerged, cloaked in shadows, their features obscured. Gasps erupted from the crowd, and the atmosphere crackled with tension. Was it Charon? Or perhaps a lost soul, reaching out for solace? The river seemed to pulse with energy, its surface shimmering as if reflecting the collective fear and hope of the gathered souls. Claudia's heart raced. She strained to see more, her breath caught in her throat. The figure beckoned, a silent invitation that sent shivers cascading down her spine. The river, with all its dark and mysterious power, felt like a living entity, ready to reveal its secrets if only one dared to approach. But who among them would be brave enough to face the unknown, to step closer to the edge of that fateful water? Just as quickly as the figure had appeared, they vanished beneath the surface, leaving only ripples behind. A pulse of unease rippled through the crowd, their excitement mixed with dread. Whispers filled the air, tales of souls lost to the Styx, stories woven with both fear and allure. The priest raised his hands, calling for silence, but the energy of the night was electric, alive with possibility and foreboding. In the wake of that haunting vision, Claudia felt an insatiable desire to understand. What lay beyond the Styx? Was it merely a passage to the underworld, or was there something more? The flickering flames of the shrine danced wildly, casting restless shadows that seemed to echo her thoughts. The river was not just a barrier. It was an uncharted territory of the soul, a place where life and death intertwined, where every whisper of the wind carried stories untold. As dawn approached, the first hints of light began to break over the horizon, gilding the edges of the Styx with a soft glow. But the air remained thick with unresolved emotions, the worshippers reluctant to leave. Claudia lingered, her heart echoing the silent call of the waters, drawing her back again and again, as if the Styx itself were her destiny. With each passing moment, she felt the urgency grow, a tug towards something lost yet yearning to be reclaimed. There was no escaping the river's pull. Amidst lingering shadows and the soft murmur of prayers, the line between the living and the dead blurred. The Styx stood as a silent witness, its secrets waiting in the depths, ready to call to those brave enough to listen. Each visitor, each offering, whispered of a world just out of reach, a haunting reminder that the boundary of life was not merely a divide, but a bridge to the unknown. And with that thought, the river continued to flow, an eternal testament to the mysteries that lay beyond, beckoning all who sought to understand its dark embrace. In a bustling Roman marketplace, the air thick with the sense of spices and fresh bread, merchants shouted their wares while children darted between legs in gleeful chaos. Amidst this vibrant tapestry of life, one could often hear whispers of gods and legends, tales that had traveled across the Aegean Sea from the distant land of Greece. It was a world where the ancient wisdom of Greece melted into the very fabric of Roman society, creating an intricate mosaic of beliefs that resonated deeply within the hearts of its people. The Romans, masters of adaptation and transformation, did not simply conquer Greece. They embraced its culture with open arms. They admired Greek art, philosophy, and, most importantly, its pantheon of gods. The gods of Greece became the deities of Rome. Jupiter, once known as Zeus in Greece, stood tall atop the Capitoline Hill, his visage commanding respect and awe. The stories told of his power echoed through the marble halls of temples, capturing the imagination of the citizens who revered him. Every sacrifice made at his altar was a thread woven into the fabric of Roman identity, a connection to something greater than themselves. As the sun dipped low and shadows lengthened, the stories of love and rivalry among the gods permeated the city. Venus, the embodiment of love and beauty, was born from the sea foam, just as the Greeks had sung. The Romans, captivated by her charm, adopted her with pride, weaving her into their own narratives of romance and desire. In grand celebrations, men and women adorned themselves with garlands, invoking her blessings, hoping to ignite passion in their own lives. The very air hummed with her presence, turning mundane moments into something extraordinary. Philosophy, too, found fertile ground in Roman soil. Stoicism, a school of thought that originated in Greece, taught the virtues of self-control and resilience. It became a guiding light for many Roman leaders, including the Stoic Emperor Marcus Aurelius. He would often sit under the vast Roman sky, contemplating the nature of existence and the importance of virtue, his thoughts echoing the ancient wisdom of Greek philosophers like Seneca and Epictetus. This blending of ideas transformed the way Romans understood their place in the world, urging them to find strength and purpose amidst life's chaos. Yet, the influence of Greece was not limited to lofty ideals and philosophical musings. It seeped into the very daily lives of Romans. Theatrical performances, a gift from the Greeks, flourished in Rome. The vibrant plays, filled with drama and emotion, resonated deeply with the audiences. Laughter and tears mingled in the air as actors portrayed the struggles of gods and mortals on stage, allowing the spectators to confront their own fears and desires through the lens of storytelling. The amphitheaters became sacred spaces where the lines between reality and myth blurred, giving rise to a shared emotional experience that united the populace in profound ways. Art and architecture also bore the unmistakable mark of Greek influence. The majestic columns of Greek temples inspired Roman structures, where the grandeur of the Parthenon echoed in the design of the Pantheon. Every curve, every detail was a tribute to the artistic legacy of Greece. The Romans adorned their homes with frescoes and sculptures that depicted mythological scenes, inviting the divine into their living spaces. As they gazed upon these images, they felt a sense of connection to the ancient stories, a reminder of the eternal dance between gods and men. In quiet corners of the city, scholars and poets gathered in gardens, their voices mingling with the rustling leaves. They debated the works of Homer, recited the lines of Sappho, and marveled at the beauty of Greek literature. The epic tales of heroism and tragedy resonated through the ages, reminding them of the fragility of existence and the enduring power of love and loss. These gatherings sparked a creative fire, igniting a golden age of literature in Rome that would forever change the course of storytelling. But the shadows of conflict loomed on the horizon. As ideas intermingled, so did ambitions. The Romans sought to expand their empire, and with expansion came the complexities of cultural exchange. Some traditionalists resisted the influx of Hellenistic ideas, fearing that the soul of Rome might be diluted. Yet, the allure of Greek culture was too powerful to resist. The Romans, ever pragmatic, learned to navigate these tensions, forging a unique identity that blended their own customs with those gleaned from Greece. In the heat of political discourse, the Senate debated the influence of Greek education on Roman youth. Some argued that exposure to Greek philosophy weakened Roman values, while others insisted it was essential for the empire's future. The fervor of these discussions echoed in the Senate chambers, a reflection of the deep emotional connection the people had to their cultural roots. As young students sat in classrooms, they felt the weight of this legacy upon their shoulders. Their minds ignited with the teachings of Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. As twilight descended upon Rome, the echoes of Greek influence intertwined with the very heartbeat of the city. A sense of tension lingered, a mixture of pride and anxiety about what the future held. The Romans stood at a crossroads, their identity forged in the fires of conquest and enriched by the wisdom of their predecessors. The gods watched over them, their stories interwoven, whispering promises of glory and caution in equal measure. In moments of quiet reflection, one could hear the distant sound of lyres and flutes, signaling the arrival of yet another festival celebrating the gods. People danced under the stars, their laughter mingling with the music, as they sought to capture a fleeting moment of joy. The influence of Greece pulsed through their veins, igniting a passion that would propel them into new realms of creativity and thought, forging a future that was as uncertain as it was bright. The horizon shimmered with possibility, and as the night deepened, the stars above bore witness to the cultural exchange that would shape the destiny of Rome. The gods, the philosophies, the art, they were all threads in a grand tapestry, each one vibrant and vital. And as the people of Rome reveled in the beauty of their shared existence, a new chapter awaited just beyond the dawn, where even greater influences would emerge, forever changing the course of their history. The murmur of the water, an eerie whisper, echoed softly among the ancient stones lining the banks of the Styx. It was not just a river. It was a boundary, a threshold between the living and the dead, a place where destinies were written in the ripples of its dark waters. Within its depths lay stories of power, ambition, and tragedy that stretched back through the annals of history, where every drop was steeped in the weight of decisions that changed the course of nations. In ancient Greece, the Styx was more than a mere geographical feature. It was a symbol of solemn oaths and the fierce consequences that followed their betrayal. Here, powerful leaders would come to swear loyalty, binding their fates with the gods. To break such an oath was to invite a darkness worse than death itself, a fate worse than the cold embrace of the river. The stories of those who crossed the Styx were steeped in cautionary tales, whispering warnings to the ambitious and the desperate. Take, for example, the tale of Achilles, a hero whose very life was marked by the sacred waters of the Styx. Legend has it that his mother dipped him into its dark currents to make him invulnerable. But in doing so, she held him over the very river that symbolizes the fragility of life. One small part of him, his heel, remained untouched. This story of invincibility draped in vulnerability echoes through the corridors of time, reminding leaders that no amount of power can shield them from the inevitable. As the years turned, the Styx transformed from a mythical river into a dynamic political metaphor. It became a symbol in the rhetoric of politicians, a tool used to illustrate the chasm that lay between promises and betrayal. In the time of the Roman Empire, ambitious leaders would invoke the Styx in speeches, harnessing its essence to underscore their intent to uphold the law and protect the republic. When a senator spoke of crossing the Styx, the audience would shiver with the understanding that it represented a grave betrayal, a betrayal that could plunge the state into chaos. Even in the throes of democracy, the Styx remained a looming presence. In the tumultuous years of the French Revolution, cries of liberté, égalité, fraternité rang out, yet beneath the fervor of hope lay the chilling awareness of what betrayal could bring. Those who dared to speak against the revolution found themselves at the brink of the Styx, their fates sealed in the blood of their fellow citizens. The guillotine became the modern Charon, ferrying souls across the waters of political unrest, reaffirming that the price of power was often steeped in sacrifice. Imagine the weight of those moments when a leader stood at the precipice of decision, the Styx metaphorically swirling at their feet. A promise made in the heat of battle could easily become a chain of betrayal, dragging them down into darkness. Each political maneuver, each alliance forged, resonated with the whispers of the river, the soft rustle of reeds holding the stories of past mistakes. In this political landscape, the Styx reminded all that for every action taken, there was a reaction that could spiral beyond their control. As times changed, so did the interpretation of the Styx. It morphed into a symbol for social justice as movements rose and fell like tides against the riverbank. Activists began to draw parallels between their struggles and the river, highlighting the stark divisions in society, between privilege and poverty, power and disenfranchisement. The Styx became a rallying cry for those who felt abandoned, their voices rising like the foamy waves against the shores, demanding to be heard amidst the cacophony of political discourse. In the 20th century, the Styx was invoked during civil rights movements across the globe. Leaders stood before crowds, their words echoing like thunder, as they painted the picture of a society divided by invisible rivers. The Styx became a representation of the barriers that kept people apart, a reminder that the journey towards equality often felt like a treacherous crossing. The emotional weight of these moments surged through the hearts of those who felt the sting of injustice, an electric current that reverberated through the very fabric of their being. Within the political arena, the Styx signified not just the divide between life and death, but between the oppressed and the powerful. Each negotiation, each act of defiance, carried the heavy burden of history, where the waters had washed away countless dreams and ambitions. Political leaders and activists alike felt the cold grip of the Styx in their decisions, driving the stakes ever higher as they strove to navigate the treacherous waters of their time. The Styx continued to flow, a silent witness to the struggles of humanity. In moments of great political upheaval, it served as a reminder that while the river may separate the living from the dead, it also intertwined the lives of those who dared to challenge the status quo. The turbulent waters reflected the emotions of the people, the hopes and fears that surged like currents. And just as Charon ferried the souls of the deceased, leaders would find themselves crossing their own Styx, faced with decisions that would either bind them to greatness or drown them in the depths of despair. As the night grew darker, the waters of the Styx shimmered with an eerie glow, a haunting reminder that each ripple told a story waiting to be uncovered. The political and social landscapes continued to shift, shaped by the echoes of a past steeped in betrayal and ambition. The currents of history flowed inexorably onward, drawing them all into its embrace, where the promise of tomorrow lay just beyond the horizon. And with each passing moment, the seductive pull of the Styx whispered ever louder, urging them to heed the lessons of those who had come before, to navigate the treacherous waters with wisdom, lest they too become lost in its depths. In the bustling streets of ancient Rome, where the air was thick with the cries of merchants and the laughter of children, a different kind of sound echoed in the hearts of its citizens. The whisper of hope, the yearning for redemption. It was a time when the weight of sin and failure pressed heavily on the shoulders of many, leaving them to question their worth and purpose. It was in this vibrant tapestry of life that the concept of redemption emerged, shimmering like a fleeting light in the shadows of despair. A young soldier named Marcus stood at the edge of the forum, staring at the grand statues of emperors long gone. He felt a burning pit in his stomach, a regret that gnawed at him like a relentless beast. Just a year before, he had been a celebrated hero, clad in armor, adored by the crowds for his bravery on the battlefield. But in the haze of victory, he had faltered, making choices that stained his honor and left him feeling like a ghost among the living. The voices of the crowd had turned to hushed whispers behind his back. "What a fallen man," they would say. The shame was a chain that bound him. Yet, amidst this darkness, the notion of redemption flickered like a candle on the verge of being snuffed out. To the Romans, redemption was not merely a lofty ideal. It was an urgent plea for restoration, a desperate grasp for a second chance. They believed that through acts of virtue, sacrifice, and sometimes the intercession of the gods, one could cleanse their soul of transgressions. It was woven into the very fabric of their society, a thread that connected the triumphs and failures of countless lives. The stories of gods and heroes danced through the streets, each tale laden with the promise of redemption. Take the saga of Hercules, a figure who, despite his monumental failures, found his path back to grace through trials and tribulations. The people found solace in these narratives, believing that if the mightiest could fall and rise again, then perhaps so could they. They sought the approval of the gods, performing sacrifices and penances, hoping to reclaim their lost honor. In the shadows of the temples, priests whispered prayers, channeling the hopes of the desperate. With every flicker of the flame on the altar, there was a belief that forgiveness was possible, that the gods were watching, awaiting their response. The Romans understood that redemption was not a singular act but a journey, fraught with hardship and self-discovery. It demanded humility, a recognition of one's flaws, and a commitment to change. In a lesser-known part of the city, in a small, dimly lit tavern, a group of exiles shared their stories. Among them was a woman named Julia, once part of the elite, now reduced to a life of shadows and whispers. Betrayed by her own family, she had lost everything: her name, her status, her love. But as she shared her story, her voice trembled with a mixture of sorrow and strength. She spoke of the moment she realized that redemption was not about reclaiming what was lost, but embracing who she could become. The warmth in her words wrapped around the others like a comforting blanket, sparking within them the courage to seek their own redemption. And yet, not everyone found their way back. The streets were lined with those who had succumbed to despair, whose hearts hardened and turned away from the light. They wandered aimlessly, shadows of their former selves, carrying the weight of their choices like a shroud. The concept of redemption, while powerful, was not a guaranteed escape from the consequences of one's actions. For some, the path was obscured, the gates of forgiveness locked tight. But then a stranger entered the tavern. His face was weathered, his eyes alive with an unquenchable fire. He spoke of hope and transformation, recounting tales of individuals who had risen from the ashes of their mistakes. With every word, he reignited the flickering flames in the hearts of the exiles, urging them to seek redemption not as a gift from the gods, but as a journey they must undertake for themselves. The tension in the room thickened. Would they dare to step outside the shadows? Would they risk the pain of confronting their past for the chance to reclaim their future? The air was electric, charged with possibilities, as the weight of their decisions loomed over them, casting a long shadow on their hopes. As whispers of redemption spread through Rome, a sense of urgency enveloped the city. Citizens began to gather, sharing their burdens, their failures, and their dreams of renewal. They held each other in solidarity, creating a vibrant mosaic of human experience where every piece mattered, where every story was a thread in the grand tapestry of life. In that moment, the collective heartbeat of Rome pulsed with a newfound rhythm, echoing the ancient belief that redemption was not just an individual pursuit, but a shared endeavor. Each person, regardless of their past, had a role to play in this unfolding narrative. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the city, the feeling of hope permeated the air, weaving together the lives of strangers united in their quest for a brighter tomorrow. And just like that, in the flickering candlelight of that humble tavern, within the echoing corridors of the Forum, and beneath the watchful eyes of the gods, the story of redemption in Roman thought continued to unfold. A tale that intertwined the fates of the past, present, and future. A living testament to the resilience of the human spirit. With every heartbeat, every whispered prayer, the citizens of Rome stood on the cusp of transformation, ready to embrace the challenges that lay ahead. The dance between despair and hope spun on, as the eternal city held its breath, poised for the next chapter in the saga of redemption. The Styx, a river shrouded in mystery and shadow, beckons from the edges of human imagination and fear. Its waters, darker than the secrets it carries, have whispered tales of fear, hope, and the eternal struggle between life and death. For centuries, this river has flowed through the veins of human culture, leaving its mark on art, literature, and belief, making hearts race and minds ponder what lies beyond the veil of mortality. In antiquity, the Styx was not merely a river. It was a boundary, a threshold to the afterlife. The Greeks believed that to cross its waters was to leave the realm of the living behind. Charon, the grim ferryman, sat at its banks, waiting for the souls of the departed, his eyes heavy with the weight of his task. In the dim light of flickering oil lamps, the ancient Greeks would tell stories of the brave and the foolish, those who dared to challenge the river's power. Achilles, invulnerable yet vulnerable, was said to have been dipped into its waters, a testament to the river's duality, both protective and perilous. As centuries passed, the Styx transformed from a river of mythology into a metaphor for the struggles of humanity. Dante Alighieri, in his epic Divine Comedy, painted a vivid picture of the Styx as a murky swamp, where lost souls wallowed in despair. The poet breathed life into the river's depths, inviting readers to confront their fears, their sins. The imagery was haunting. His words dripped with emotion as he described the sorrow of souls trapped in the currents, forever yearning for redemption. The Styx found its way into the hearts of artists during the Renaissance, a time when the veil between the living and the dead seemed dangerously thin. Painters like Sandro Botticelli captured the essence of this river in their works, where myth blends with reality. In these pieces, one could almost feel the cold water lapping at the edges of existence, urging viewers to contemplate their own mortality. It was a time when beauty and despair danced hand in hand, and the Styx became a symbol of that delicate balance. Fast forward to the modern era, and the Styx's influence continues to pulse through the veins of popular culture. Movies and music have drawn upon this ancient river, turning its haunting name into a powerful motif. Bands like Styx have harnessed its essence, creating music that resonates with themes of life's journey, the passage of time, and the inevitable encounter with death. Each chord evokes a sense of nostalgia, a reminder that the river flows not just through the earth, but through the very fabric of our lives. In literature, the Styx has morphed into a symbol of conflict and resolution. Authors weave its presence into their narratives, crafting characters who face the river's trials. Whether it's a hero on a quest or a villain seeking redemption, the Styx becomes a test of their resolve, a place where choices are made and consequences wait in the shadows. Readers are left breathless, caught in the tension of the moment, as characters stand at the riverbank, looking into the depths of their own souls. Television series have also embraced the chilling allure of the Styx. Episodes where characters confront their mortality often draw on this river's legacy, crafting stories that leave viewers clutching their hearts, questioning what it means to truly live. The Styx acts as a reminder that every choice can lead to a crossing, a moment where one must face the unknown. Writers skillfully use this motif to create tension, building suspense until the very last moment, trapping audiences in a web of emotion. Video games too have not shied away from the Styx. The river flows through virtual worlds, where players encounter challenges that mirror the ancient tales. Characters must battle their fears and make choices that echo the struggles of those who crossed the river before them. The sense of urgency is palpable. Every action could lead to salvation or doom. Gamers are left breathless as they navigate the treacherous waters, feeling the weight of their decisions as if they are standing at the edge of the Styx themselves. The enchantment of the Styx extends beyond mere representation. It has become a cultural touchstone, a reference point for exploring the depths of human experience. Its name evokes images of fate and inevitability. People use it in conversations, likening difficult decisions to crossing the Styx, emphasizing the gravity of their choices. A simple phrase can ignite a conversation about mortality, love, and the human condition, drawing on the river's haunting legacy. Art installations have sprung up, depicting the Styx in new and provocative ways. Artists use modern materials to capture its essence, creating immersive experiences that plunge viewers into a world where the boundary between life and death blurs. Sometimes, these installations invite the audience to interact, to confront their own fears, to wade into the waters of the unknown. The emotions stirred in these spaces are raw and powerful, leaving a mark that lingers long after one has stepped away. The Styx is more than a river. It is a reflection of our deepest fears and desires. It challenges us to confront what lies beyond. From the whispers of ancient folklore to the vibrant pulse of contemporary creativity, the river continues to flow, reminding us of our mortality and the choices we make along the way. As the currents of time carry the stories of the Styx through the ages, one can only wonder what new tales will arise, what new souls will seek to cross its waters, and what emotions will be stirred in their wake. The river calls, its depths beckoning, a reminder that some stories are never truly over. They simply find new ways to surface, waiting for the next brave soul to dare the crossing. The mist curled around the ancient banks of the Styx, thick and silent, shrouding the river in an eerie embrace. It was said that here, at the boundary between the living and the dead, the weight of choices lingered like the fog, suffocating yet intoxicating. In the stillness of the night, the air crackled with a tension that seemed to hum with the unspoken battles of the heart. There, on a rickety old boat, Charon, the silent ferryman, waited, his gaze piercing through the gloom, unyielding. Each soul that approached carried with it the burdens of their lives, regrets, dreams, and moral dilemmas that spiraled like fallen leaves caught in a storm. One night, a woman stepped from the shadows, hesitant yet resolute. Her heart raced as she approached the water, memories flooding back like a relentless tide. She was a mother, a sister, a friend, but she was also a killer. In a moment of blind rage, she had crossed a line, one that could never be uncrossed. As she stood before Charon, her choices weighed heavy on her shoulders, like stones in her pockets, dragging her down into the depths of her own despair. The river glimmered under the pale moonlight, an invitation and a warning. It whispered to her, casting questions like shadows that danced on the water's surface. Had she done what was right, or was her act of vengeance simply a reflection of her own demons? As the ferryman extended his hand, she felt the cold grip of fate wrapping around her heart. The Styx was not merely a river. It was a mirror, reflecting the darkest corners of her soul. Charon's presence was imposing yet strangely comforting, the embodiment of choices yet to be made. He had ferried countless souls, each with a story woven with threads of moral conflict. As the boat drifted across the water, the murmur of the river seemed to echo the cries of those who had come before her, each one wrestling with their own ghosts. A warrior who had betrayed his king, a lover who had turned her back for power, and a child who had taken a life in fear. All were bound to the Styx, their fates entwined in the fabric of their decisions. As the woman's thoughts spiraled, she glanced back at the shores of her past. There, she saw her son, wide-eyed and innocent, caught in the web of her choices. For every act of defiance she had committed, every moment where she thought she was justified, her son had paid the price. She had been his protector, but now she was his destroyer. The Styx twisted under the weight of her sorrow, reflecting the anguish that bubbled within. "Are you ready to cross?" Charon's voice was a gravelly whisper, void of judgment. But in that moment, she understood the gravity of her decision. To cross meant to leave everything behind, to embrace the consequences of her actions. But to remain on the shore meant confronting the chaos she had created, the lives she had shattered. The river churned beneath them, each ripple a reminder of the choices that had brought her to this precipice. Around them, the mist thickened, swirling with memories. She could almost hear the laughter of her son mingled with the cries of those she had harmed. It was a cacophony of regret, a symphony of guilt. The Styx was alive, pulsing with the energy of every moral dilemma ever faced. It was a history steeped in blood and tears, a labyrinth of choices that left scars on the soul. In the distance, shadows trembled on the riverbanks, figures of those who had once stood where she was now. A poet who had sacrificed his art for fame, a soldier who had betrayed his comrades for survival. Each had clung to their rationalizations, each had faced their reckoning at the river's edge. The echoes of their choices reverberated through the night, a haunting reminder that the Styx was not just a river of death, but a testament to the fragility of human morality. The boat rocked gently, and a wave of panic surged through her. What if she crossed? What if this was the moment she forfeited her chance to seek redemption? Charon's eyes bore into hers, an invitation to confront the storm within. She had been running for too long, hiding behind her own justifications. But now, she stood at the crossroads of her existence. The Styx was not just a passage. It was a reckoning. "Many have stood where you stand now," Charon said softly, his voice like gravel. "Choices define us, cast shadows that linger long after we make them. What will you choose?" Her heart thundered against her ribs, like a wild beast desperate to escape. The flow of the river surged, an undercurrent of anguish that mirrored her own. It beckoned her to surrender, to let go of the burden of her past. But what awaited her on the other side? Was it peace, or was it the eternal torment of unresolved guilt? As she leaned over the edge of the boat, the water rippled, revealing fleeting images. Her son's laughter, the moments of joy, the love that had once filled her life. For every dark choice, there had also been light. In that brief flicker of clarity, she grasped the essence of the Styx. It was not merely a border between life and death. It was the complex tapestry of every moral dilemma, every decision that shaped human existence. The night deepened, and the air thickened with unresolved tension. As she met Charon's unwavering gaze, a silent understanding passed between them. The river waited, patient and relentless, for one more soul to confront the depths of their choices. The call of the Styx was inescapable, a siren's song that promised both salvation and damnation. And as the boat drifted further into the night, the struggle within her raged on, an eternal ripple across the surface of the Styx. A chilling wind swept through the ancient streets of Rome as the sun cast long shadows across cobblestone paths, whispering tales of those who dared to defy the gods. In the distance, the Colosseum loomed, an arena where laughter mingled with cries of despair, a testament to humanity's darker impulses. Here, within these hallowed grounds, the specter of eternal torment took shape, a torment echoed not just in Rome but across other ancient cultures, each with their own profound and harrowing interpretations. In Rome, punishment was not merely a consequence. It was a spectacle, a show for the masses. Criminals faced unimaginable fates, whether being torn apart by wild beasts or condemned to the slow, agonizing grasp of crucifixion. The Romans believed that to witness such torment was a civic duty, a reminder of the fragility of life and the dire consequences of rebellion. The air crackled with tension as spectators clutched their togas, hearts racing with morbid anticipation. The very idea of punishment became entertainment, a twisted form of justice that left a mark on the soul of the city. Yet, while Rome reveled in its brutality, other cultures crafted their own narratives of eternal suffering. In ancient Greece, the underworld awaited the deceased, ruled by Hades and filled with shades of the departed. Those who had committed grievous sins faced a fate worse than death, an eternity of wandering in the fields of asphodel, or worse, being consigned to Tartarus, a place of unending torment. Imagine a soul trapped in darkness, forever haunted by the echoes of their past. The Greeks invoked proximity to the gods through myths, teaching lessons of morality interwoven with tales of punishment, each story a thread in the fabric of human experience. Farther east, in ancient Persia, the Zoroastrians envisaged a judgment after death that left no stone unturned. The soul would cross the Chinvat bridge, where its deeds would be weighed in a balance. A heavy heart would plunge the sinner into a pit of despair, while the righteous would soar into realms of bliss. This stark dichotomy of rewards and punishments reflected the eternal struggle between good and evil, a theme woven into the very essence of their beliefs. Can you hear the wails of the damned, rising from the depths? The imagery of these punishments was enough to chill the bones, a haunting reminder of the weight of one's actions. In India, the concept of karma painted a vivid picture of suffering rippling through lifetimes. Each action cast a shadow that would return, sometimes as a momentary pang, at other times as a lifetime of anguish. The cycle of rebirth meant that no soul escaped the consequences of its deeds. To face eternal torment was to confront oneself in every incarnation, a terrifying thought that sent shivers down the spine. The belief in rebirth allowed for reflection and regret, a never-ending loop of morality where the tormentor and the tormented could be one and the same. Lofty mountains and endless plains bore witness to the stories of ancient cultures. The Assyrians knew of divine retribution as they envisioned their god, Ashur, exacting vengeance on enemies with merciless precision. Their art and inscriptions were filled with gruesome depictions of torture, a way to instill fear and obedience among the people. The thrill of power intertwined with the agony of the defeated created a cycle of violence that echoed through history. The tales of the vanquished resonated, chilling the hearts of those who dared to cross the line, a vivid reminder of the dangers of hubris. Among the ancient Mayans, the gods demanded blood. Ritualistic sacrifices were believed to appease these powerful beings, lest the world be plunged into chaos. The priests, draped in feathers and jewels, wielded obsidian blades with practiced ease, their faces devoid of emotion even as the hearts of the sacrificed were offered to the sky. To them, eternal torment was not just punishment but a cosmic balance. Without it, the very fabric of existence would unravel. The cries of the sacrificed rose like smoke, whispering secrets of pain and fear. The gods were capricious, and the price of their favor steep. As the shadows lengthened and the sun dipped below the horizon, one could feel the weight of these tales linger in the air, merging together in a tapestry of suffering and redemption. The echoes of ancient beliefs thrummed with a life of their own, intertwining like the roots of an ancient tree, each culture feeding into the other. Eternal torment was a universal theme, a concept that transcended boundaries and spoke to the core of human existence. The fear of pain, the desire for redemption, and the longing for understanding in a world filled with chaos. In the dim light of flickering torches, the stories of these ancient cultures began to merge, their themes interwoven with the fabric of time. Each narrative was a haunting melody, a reminder that the past never truly fades away. As the night deepened and the shadows danced, the ghosts of those tormented souls whispered their truths, compelling the living to confront their own shadows and choices. It was a continuous cycle, a loop that ensnared the heart and stirred the soul, revealing that, even in the darkness, the light of understanding flickered just out of reach. The whispers of eternal torment hung in the air like an unrelenting fog, beckoning the curious to uncover the depths of human experience, where every heartbeat was a reminder of the fragile line between pleasure and pain, between freedom and bondage, where the echoes of the past lived on, urging the present to listen and learn. The River Styx lay like a dark ribbon under a crescent moon, its waters whispering secrets that had danced through time. The air was thick with an eerie stillness as shadows flickered along its banks, casting a glow that illuminated the faces of those who waited. In the dim light, the spirits of the departed crowded the shores, their eyes reflecting a longing that transcended the boundaries of mortality. Once, as the legend goes, Charon, the old ferryman, would glide silently across the waters with his skiff, ready to transport souls to the afterlife. But it was not just the passage to Hades that mattered. It was the memories carried within each soul, memories that became the very essence of Roman identity. The Styx was more than a river. It was a lifeline to the past, a bridge between the living and the dead, and a keeper of stories that defined a civilization. In Rome, memory was sacred. The people understood that their history was woven into the very fabric of their identity. Theirs was a culture that honored its ancestors with the utmost reverence. Every whisper of a name or echo of a deed brought to life the spirit of those who had come before. These memories were stored not just in books but in the hearts of the living. They were transmitted through generations as if they were precious artifacts, with each recitation of a tale breathing life into the past. As the moonlight shimmered on the water, it revealed the silhouettes of countless souls, their faces etched in sorrow yet brimming with pride. Among them stood a gladiator, his muscles taut and scars a testament to battles fought in the arena. His name had once roared through the Colosseum, but now, in the afterlife, he was simply another lost soul. Yet, even in death, he was more than a mere memory. He was a symbol of bravery, a living story that inspired the living. Nearby, a matron, draped in a flowing toga, held a laurel wreath, a sign of triumph and nobility. Her eyes flickered with the light of the past, recalling grand feasts and the laughter of her family gathered around the hearth. She cherished the moments that built her identity and legacy. In the afterlife, she was not merely a shadow. She was a reminder of the importance of kinship, of loyalty, and of the responsibilities that shaped the Roman ethos. The river's currents swirled, echoing the tales of a great general who had once conquered foreign lands, his strategies etched in the annals of history. His spirit lingered by the water's edge, the weight of his memories pressing against him like the armor he had worn in life. The glory and the bloodshed intertwined, forming a complex tapestry that spoke of both honor and sacrifice. He was a hero, a figure immortalized by the stories told around flickering fires, a beacon of what it meant to be Roman. Yet, the Styx also held the anguish of the forgotten. The nameless souls drifted in the shadows, their stories lost in the ebb and flow of time. They were the silent cries of those who had lived and died without recognition. In their faded memory, the essence of Roman identity trembled. It wasn't just the celebrated figures that mattered. It was the collective memory of all Romans, the shared experiences that bound them together, the grief and the joy, the victories and the defeats. As the tide turned, the sounds of the living echoed faintly in the distance, a reminder of the vibrant city that pulsed with life and ambition. A young Roman woman, her heart full of dreams, stood at the edge of the forum, where the echoes of past debates and decisions lingered. She felt the weight of history upon her shoulders, the hope and the burden of all those who had come before. In her mind, she carried the stories of the matron and the gladiator, the general and the forgotten, intertwining them with her own aspirations. Her identity was not just her own. It was a continuation of all that had preceded her, a bridge from the past to an uncertain future. The shadows along the Styx seemed to ripple with recognition as the living drew closer, their laughter mingling with the whispers of the dead. The memories of the departed fed into the hopes of the living, creating a vibrant tapestry that was ever-changing yet rooted in the essence of who they were. The river, dark and mysterious, pulsed with the lifeblood of Rome, the stories that refused to fade away, resonating with strength and sorrow. The ferryman's boat appeared, cutting through the water like a knife, and the souls stirred with anticipation. Each one clung to their memories as if they were lifebuoys in the turbulent waters of existence. They understood that while their narratives might end, the legacy of their stories would ripple through time, forever part of the Roman identity. As the boat approached the shore, a chorus of echoes filled the air, laughter, shouts, screams, all blending into a powerful reminder of life's fragility. The living and the dead were connected, their fates intertwined, both searching for meaning in the stories they carried. This river, this sacred Styx, was not merely a passage to the afterlife. It was the very essence of memory, the heartbeat of a civilization that understood the power of remembrance. And as the ferryman extended his hand to a soul, The moon cast a shimmering light over the waters, illuminating the faces of those who knew that in life and death, their stories would never be forgotten. The transition between worlds blurred as they embarked towards the unknown, memories swirling like leaves in the wind, forever echoing across the river, eternally part of the Roman soul. The whispers of the ancients lingered in the air, their echoes brushing against the cobbled streets of Rome. As the sun dipped below the horizon, it cast long shadows over an empire that had known both glory and despair. The people moved about their daily lives, unaware that just beyond the veil of their existence, a revolution was brewing, not with swords or shields, but with ideas that would shape their very souls. In the flickering light of oil lamps, a new vision of the afterlife emerged, starkly different from the tales of Hades and the gloomy underworld that had long haunted the minds of the Roman populace. For centuries, the Romans had held onto their beliefs of the afterlife, influenced by the likes of Virgil and Ovid, who spoke of a realm where the souls of the dead were judged and sent to places of reward or punishment. But as Christianity began to take root, it introduced a concept that would send shivers down the spines of many, a place of eternal torment known as hell. As the early Christian missionaries wandered through bustling marketplaces and quiet neighborhoods, their voices rang with urgency. They spoke of a God who loved fiercely yet judged justly, a dichotomy that both comforted and terrified. Rome, with its pantheon of gods, was not prepared for the all-consuming vision of a single divine being who demanded loyalty and reverence. The old gods, once revered and feared, now trembled at the growing influence of this new faith. One could almost hear the rumble of change, a thunderous sound that echoed through the hearts of the faithful and the skeptics alike. The Christian concept of hell was vivid and horrifying, an abyss of fire, darkness, and unending despair. The tales of the rich man and Lazarus, a parable told by Jesus, painted a chilling picture of a life wasted in indulgence, met with a fate of eternal torment. This was not merely a punishment. It was a stark reminder of moral responsibility, a wake-up call to those living in the lap of luxury while ignoring the plight of the less fortunate. As the Christian faith spread, it clashed with traditional Roman beliefs, igniting debates in forums and homes. Romans who had once celebrated the afterlife as a journey filled with shades and spirits now grappled with the notion of a fiery hell. The streets echoed with heated discussions about sin, redemption, and the fate of the soul. Was it possible that the life one lived on earth could dictate their eternity? The fear of hell became a powerful motivator, a force that compelled many to reconsider their ways. In the dim light of a small Christian gathering, a humble leader spoke passionately about this new vision of judgment. His words wove images of fiery pits and anguished screams, painting a scene so vivid that the audience shuddered at the thought. "For the wages of sin is death," he declared, "but the gift of God is eternal life." The room fell silent, the weight of his message settling heavily on each listener's heart. They felt the pull of fear and hope, a duality that tugged at their souls and ignited a flame of change within. As Christianity gained followers, its influence seeped into the very fabric of Roman society, intertwining with existing beliefs. The stories of the Christian hell began to merge with the Roman concept of the underworld, where souls faced judgment after death. The Romans had long believed in the Elysian fields, a paradise for the virtuous, and the shadowy depths of Tartarus, where the wicked were punished. Yet, the Christian depiction of hell was unlike anything they had ever encountered. The images painted by early Christian writers were stark and terrifying, imbued with a sense of urgency that reverberated through every heart that heard them. The idea of eternal damnation became a powerful tool for the Church, guiding the faithful away from sin and towards salvation. The concept of hell transformed from a mere afterthought to a looming presence, a shadow that followed every decision and action. Roman citizens, once indifferent to their spiritual fate, began to feel the weight of their choices pressing down like an iron shackle. They could no longer view their lives as mere fleeting moments, but as threads woven into a grand tapestry of eternal significance. In the vibrant alleyways where laughter once echoed, voices turned somber as the fear of eternal punishment spread. The streets that had been filled with celebrations now echoed with the rustling whispers of the faithful discussing sin and redemption. The very essence of Roman morality began to shift, aligning with the teachings of this new faith that offered both the terrors of hell and the promise of grace. The shadows of fear and hope danced together, intertwining in a way that made the heart race and the mind spiral. One fateful night, beneath a sky thick with stars, an influential Roman matron found herself torn between her past devotion to the old gods and the haunting messages of the new faith. As she walked through the moonlit streets, her heart pounded with questions that refused to quiet. What if the tales of hell were true? What if the life she had lived, filled with luxuries and excess, had led her down a path of destruction? The idea of eternal separation from God gripped her tightly, urging her to reconsider everything she thought she knew. The church bells tolling in the distance seemed to echo her inner turmoil, a constant reminder of the choices that lay before her. The fire of Christianity crackled through the hearts of many, igniting a fervor that both terrified and attracted. Those who had once dismissed the faith as a mere fad now found themselves standing before an altar, swayed by the promise of hope and redemption amidst the fear of damnation. The clash between the old and the new intensified, igniting conflicts that would ripple through the empire for generations. The very concept of hell began to take root in the Roman psyche, reshaping their understanding of morality, justice, and the afterlife. It was a profound transformation, one that would echo through history, leaving its mark on countless souls as they faced the ultimate question. What would they choose for eternity? And within this turmoil, the sparks of change continued to fly, setting the stage for a future that was yet to unfold, a future where the very essence of faith, fear, and salvation would intertwine in ways that no one could yet fathom. The river whispered secrets, a silvery thread shimmering beneath a pale moon, its waters swirling with the weight of souls. For centuries, the Styx had been the boundary between the living and the dead, a sacred stream where the weight of existence drifted into oblivion. In late antiquity, this river became a stage for transformation, both for the mythic and the mundane, as the ancient beliefs melded with the new. The air was thick with tension as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the banks. Lanterns flickered in the distance, their glow beckoning weary travelers and restless spirits alike. In this twilight, the world felt suspended between the echoes of the past and the whispers of what was to come. The Styx remained a pivotal lifeline between the realms, yet the currents were shifting. A boat approached, its wooden hull creaking as it sliced through the water. Charon, the grim ferryman, stood resolute at the helm. He was not just a figure plucked from stories. He embodied a reality that gripped the hearts of those who dared to cross. With his eyes like dark pools, Charon was duty-bound, weary from years of ferrying souls across this mystical boundary. His presence invoked both fear and solace. Those who saw him recognized the inevitable. He was not merely a guide. He was a harbinger of fate. As the boat drew closer, the silence was broken by the low murmur of supplicants. Among them was a woman named Lyra, her heart pounding with the weight of loss. She clutched a small bundle to her chest, the last memory of her child, an unfulfilled promise wrapped in swaddling cloth. She had heard tales of the Styx, of how its waters could ease sorrow and bridge distances that seemed insurmountable. But now, standing at the edge, she shivered not just from the chill of the night, but from a deeper fear. What awaited her on the other side? In this era, the river's significance was evolving. The old gods were fading, their altars gathering dust as new beliefs crept in like the mist that rolled off the water. Christianity's rise brought a different kind of power over death, reshaping the very essence of what it meant to cross the Styx. But for those like Lyra, the ancient rituals held a magnetic pull. The river remained a liminal space, a site where transformations occurred not just in the spirit world, but within the hearts of the living. As Lyra stepped into the boat, the water shimmered ominously. The current seemed to respond to her grief, swirling and tugging as if eager to embrace her sorrow. Charon stared at her with an intensity that pierced her soul. She felt exposed, her pain laid bare before him. The other souls aboard whispered her name, their voices like rustling leaves, urging her onward. In that moment, she understood that the Styx was not merely a river. It was a mirror reflecting the anguish, love, and hope that danced within every human heart. Further along the banks, a group of philosophers gathered, their discussions bubbling over with passion. They debated the meaning of existence, grappling with the idea of immortality in a world that seemed to shift beneath their feet. The Styx, to them, was more than just a river. It was a philosophical conundrum. Was life a fleeting dream or a prelude to something greater? The words spilled forth, laden with urgency, like the water that flowed relentlessly, reminding them of the fragile nature of their own lives. Meanwhile, the shadows lengthened, and a figure emerged from the darkness. It was a priestess, her robes tattered and worn, yet her eyes flickered with the fire of divine inspiration. She approached the bank, sensing the electric charge that hung in the air. The Styx was a sacred river, and she carried with her the remnants of ancient rites, words of power that had been passed down through generations. She believed in the transformative power of the water, convinced that it could carry not just souls, but the hopes of an entire community. As she began to chant, the waters responded, rippling and dancing as if in conversation with her spirit. The melodies of the past intertwined with the prayers of the present, creating a tapestry of sound that resonated with all who were near. Lyra, transfixed, felt the weight of her sorrow lift, if only for a moment. In that space, the Styx became a sanctuary, a place where grief could transform into something transcendent. But just as hope flared, darkness loomed. A storm approached on the horizon, its ominous clouds gathering in fury. The winds howled, and the once calm waters began to churn violently. Charon's gaze hardened, sensing the impending chaos. The transformation of the Styx teetered on the brink, a reflection of the tumult that gripped the world outside. The old ways clashed with the new, and in this clash, the river itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting to see which force would prevail. Lyra clutched her bundle tighter, her heart racing as the tempest raged around them. The priestess's voice rose higher, a crescendo that fought against the storm. The philosophers, caught in their debate, suddenly ceased as the reality of their fragile existence swept over them like a cold wave. Each person felt the weight of their choices, of the transformations that awaited them. The Styx, in that moment, became a symbol of life itself, a tumultuous journey filled with uncertainty, yet richly woven with the threads of fate and belief. And as the first drops of rain fell, mingling with the swirling waters, the very essence of the Styx began to change before their eyes. It was no longer just a river. It was the embodiment of every soul's struggle, every heart's yearning. The transformations were set in motion, and the continuity of life and death hung delicately in the balance, their fates entwined like the currents of the river itself. The night swelled with possibilities, and in the depths of the Styx, the echoes of the past merged with the tremors of the future, leaving only the promise of what lay ahead. An endless flow of emotions, transformations, and continuities that would reverberate through time itself, urging the next chapter to unfold. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a crimson hue over the ancient landscape, as shadows danced among the ruins of forgotten temples. In this twilight, the ghostly echoes of long-lost souls whispered tales of suffering and despair, tales that had been etched into the very fabric of Greek and Roman literature. The air felt thick with the weight of torment, a reminder that pain, both physical and emotional, has always been a part of the human experience. In the Greek world, torment often manifested as vivid imagery, a reflection of a society that wrestled with fate and the whims of the gods. Take the story of Prometheus, that defiant titan who dared to steal fire from the gods. His punishment was not just cruel, it was agonizing. Every day, an eagle would descend upon him, tearing at his liver, which would regenerate each night, ensuring an eternity of suffering. The Greeks understood that torment was not just a punishment but a form of existence, a gnawing reminder of hubris and consequence. The tragic hero, always caught in the web of destiny, painted a haunting picture of a soul in torment, forever yearning for redemption but never attaining it. Then there was the tragic tale of Oedipus, whose journey from a proud king to a blind wanderer was a masterclass in emotional agony. His self-inflicted torment, upon realizing he had fulfilled the prophecy of killing his father and marrying his mother, is a harrowing reflection on guilt and despair. The Greek playwrights, with their rich tapestries of fate, often showcased characters ensnared in their own choices, revealing a deeper understanding of the psyche. Each play became a mirror, reflecting the darkest corners of the human soul, where torment lingered like a shadow, ready to engulf those who dared to confront it. Across the Mediterranean, the Romans absorbed these tales, weaving their own interpretations of suffering into the fabric of their society. They shared the Greeks' fascination with the human condition but added their unique flavor, emphasizing the grandeur of endurance. In Virgil's Aeneid, the hero Aeneas encounters the tormented souls in the underworld, each carrying burdens that defined their lives on earth. The Roman vision of torment was often linked to duty and sacrifice, where the cost of greatness was woven with threads of pain. The weight of destiny was heavy, and the Roman ideal of stoicism faced the suffering of individuals, highlighting their strength even in despair. But it was in the vivid descriptions of punishments that Roman literature revealed a chilling perspective on torment. The brutal reality of the arena, where gladiators fought for survival while the masses roared for blood, painted a stark picture of human suffering for entertainment. The writings of Tacitus and Juvenal laid bare the hypocrisy and cruelty that thrived in the heart of a civilization that prided itself on order and reason. Each encounter with suffering in the Roman narrative served as a reminder that beneath the facade of civilization lay a raw and savage instinct for violence, a torment both physical and moral that haunted the empire. Yet, the two cultures often intertwined, with echoes of Greek tragedy resonating in Roman epics. In the rich, sprawling narratives of both societies, torment was not just an act but a journey, one that could lead to catharsis or an overwhelming descent into despair. The characters became symbols, torn between their desires and the harsh realities of their fate, each page steeped in a potent mix of emotions that left the reader breathless. In the chilling embrace of torment, the ancient poets and playwrights drew upon a wellspring of human experience. Love turned to hate, ambition twisted into regret, and pride collapsing into ruin. The visceral descriptions of suffering in both cultures captured the essence of what it meant to be human. The characters may have lived thousands of years ago, but their struggles still echoed in the hearts of those who read their stories, reminding us of our frailty and the universal agony of existence. The rhythmic pulse of the verses unfurled, oscillating between moments of haunting tranquility and intense upheaval, as if the words themselves breathed with the pain of ages past. The ghosts of Oedipus and Prometheus whispered through the pages, their torment wrapping around the reader like a shroud, evoking a visceral response that spoke to the very core of human emotion. Each tale was a thread in the tapestry of history, weaving together the agony of the soul and the relentless pursuit of understanding. As the sun set on the horizon, plunging the landscape into darkness, the stories of torment remained alive, flickering like distant stars in the night sky. They beckoned, inviting the reader to step closer, to confront the shadows that lingered just out of reach. The echoes of Greek and Roman visions of suffering intertwined, creating a mosaic of human experience that stretched beyond the boundaries of time and space, weaving a haunting narrative that was far from over. The pain of the past lingered, not as a conclusion, but as an open door to new realms of exploration, where the human spirit, battered yet unbroken, continued its eternal struggle against the chains of despair. In the flickering shadows of the Roman Forum, where stone columns echoed the whispers of countless souls, a palpable dread hung in the air. It wasn't merely the omnipresent specter of death that loomed, but rather the clutches of a far grimmer fate, eternal punishment. The thoughts of what lay beyond the grave twisted like a serpent in the minds of citizens, gnawing at their peace and tainting their every decision. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the marketplace transformed. Merchants hustled to close their stalls, yet their voices mingled with tales of torment. Street corners became gathering spots for rumors, where the fear of the afterlife gripped even the most hardened hearts. "Have you heard?" a merchant whispered, glancing around as if the very gods would strike him down for speaking such horrors. "A man condemned to the mines. He will labor for eternity, paying for his sins with every cracking of his weary bones." The listener's eyes widened, a shiver running down his spine. The weight of eternal punishment was more than a punishment. It was a haunting reminder of humanity's fragile grip on morality. Families gathered around flickering fires, recounting stories that chilled the soul. The tale of Tullia, a woman accused of witchcraft, sent shivers through the crowd. They say her spirit wanders the fields, crying out for mercy, yet no one can hear her cries, a mother murmured. The children huddled closer, eyes wide. The thought of being trapped in a cycle of suffering, forever out of reach from hope or redemption, terrified them. Each story became a thread in an ever-tightening web of fear, ensnaring the hearts of those who dared to listen. As night fell, the chilling tales were replaced by the soft glow of oil lamps illuminating the faces of thinkers and philosophers in candlelit rooms. Their discussions danced around the essence of justice and morality. If one must suffer eternally, what does that say of the gods? One lamented, his brow furrowed with worry. Is it not cruel to condemn a soul forever? Another, voice steady yet troubled, responded, it is not cruelty. It is order. Society must understand the consequences of one's actions. Yet, beneath this rational argument lay an unspoken fear. What if they, too, were to fall into the hands of the capricious gods? The streets of Rome were filled with tension, where laughter often masked the deep-seated anxiety that lay just beneath the surface. Citizens, while appearing vibrant and engaged in the bustling life around them, harbored silent fears of divine retribution. The image of the afterlife loomed large. A dark chasm of judgment awaited every soul. The thought of standing before the gods, weighed down by a lifetime of sins, left many trembling. For them, every misstep could lead to a fate worse than death, a binding to eternal punishment. On the outskirts of the city, where the stench of sweat and despair echoed in the air, the condemned sat in chains. Men and women who had strayed from the path of virtue were thrust into a world of darkness. Their eyes told stories of lost hope, dreams shattered beneath the weight of their sentences. They will never see the sun again, one onlooker murmured, horrified yet captivated. The notion that they might be in the same position one day haunted him, turning his thoughts into a cacophony of dread. No one was truly safe. A single misdeed could cast them into that abyss alongside the wretched. In the dimly lit taverns, the discussion of eternal punishment flowed as freely as the wine. What would you do if faced with the choice? A man asked, his voice barely rising above the clamor. Would you choose a moment of pleasure if it meant an eternity of pain? A silence settled, the question hanging heavily as patrons contemplated their own desires against the specter of punishment. The fear of eternal damnation seeped into their conversations, twisting desires into torment. Would they sacrifice their morals for a fleeting thrill, knowing the price could be an endless torment that awaited them? In all corners of Roman society, the shadow of eternal punishment manifested as a tool of control, a specter that governed behavior and inspired compliance. The elite, cloaked in their wealth and privilege, were often not immune to the gnawing fear. They employed grand displays of piety, meticulously constructing temples and donating to the gods in hopes of securing favor. The rich could purchase absolution, yet in their hearts, they questioned. Was their wealth enough to shield them from inevitable judgment? What if their sins were too great, and the gods deemed their penalties just? The very fabric of society began to reflect this fear, creating a culture steeped in anxiety. Children were taught to fear the gods from a young age, their innocent minds laden with the weight of potential damnation. Parents, anxious to shield their offspring, instilled rigid moral codes while weaving tales of punishment that sent shivers through their little bones. Heed the laws of the gods or face their wrath, they would warn, stoking the fires of fear that burned within. The cycle of anxiety was relentless, each generation passing down the burden of fear to the next. Yet, in the midst of the terror, a flicker of rebellion emerged. Secret gatherings whispered of liberation from the fear of eternal punishment. What if we can reshape our fate? A young philosopher proposed, his voice trembling with passion. We can defy the gods if we band together. Hope ignited in the hearts of those weary of their burdens, But could they truly challenge the divine? As murmurs of revolt began to spread, the tension grew, creating a chasm between the ruled and the rulers. With every candle that flickered in the dark, the psychological impact of eternal punishment tightened its grip on Roman society, seeping into every heart and mind, weaving a complex tapestry of fear, hope, and rebellion. And as the night deepened, the shadows grew longer, the stories darker, and the weight of eternal punishment lingered, waiting for the next soul to tread the line between fear and defiance, spinning the threads of history further into the unknown. A chill swept through the moonlit streets of ancient Rome, where shadows danced in the flickering light of torches. The air crackled with an unsettling energy, a whisper of fears both ancient and profound. Around every corner, the echoes of the past loomed large, and the veil separating the world of the living from that of the dead hung thin, ready to be pierced. For the Romans, superstition was not just a belief. It was a way of life, a shield against the unknown lurking just beyond the edge of understanding. As the clock struck midnight, a lone figure moved cautiously through the bustling marketplace, now eerily silent. Marcus, a humble merchant, felt the weight of the night pressing down on him. He had heard the tales, the stories of the Styx, the river that marked the boundary between the living and the realm of the dead. The very name sent shivers down his spine, for it was said that no soul dared cross without the payment of Charon, the grim ferryman, who awaited at the riverbank, his eyes dark as the depths of night. A thin mist rolled in, curling around Marcus's ankles as he quickened his pace, glancing over his shoulder as if the shadows might come alive. The Romans believed that to cross the Styx was to confront one's own mortality, a journey that demanded respect and reverence. Each family had its own rituals, small offerings made to ensure a smooth passage for their departed. Coins were left on the eyes of the deceased, their weight a payment for Charon's service, a detail that haunted Marcus as he recalled the solemn faces of his neighbors at recent funerals. The stories filled the air, tales of restless spirits who wandered the earth, unable to find peace. Some said they were visitors, the souls of those unburdened by the life they had lived but chained by their unfinished business. Others believed they were harbingers of doom, specters who brought misfortune to the living. The fear of these unseen forces clung to the citizens of Rome like a shroud, wrapping around them tightly, suffocating their sense of security. Marcus's mind raced with thoughts of his own fate as he passed the Temple of Dread, a place where sacrifices were made to avert the wrath of the gods. The flicker of flames danced against the stone, illuminating the worried faces of those who sought counsel from the oracles. They spoke in hushed tones, their voices filled with both hope and despair, seeking answers from the divine. Would the gods smile upon them, or would they turn their backs, leaving them to face the terrors that awaited beyond the Styx? The wind howled through the narrow alleyways, and with it came a palpable sense of dread. It was in these moments, when darkness wrapped around him like a cloak, that Marcus felt the weight of the unknown pressing down harder. He stopped at a small shrine, adorned with flowers and offerings, where the locals had prayed for protection against the unknown. The smell of incense filled the air, a fragrant mask over the stark reality of death that loomed nearby. The Romans believed that the spirits of the deceased lingered close, watching, waiting, their presence an eternal reminder of life's fragility. News had spread of a recent tragedy, a child lost to the river, swept away in a sudden swell. The town mourned, whispering tales of the Styx, stories thick with fear and mourning. Some claimed to have seen the child's spirit on moonlit nights, playing by the water's edge, eternally seeking the warmth of life. Others felt it was a warning, a message from the beyond that the boundaries between the living and the dead were perilously thin. As Marcus continued on, the atmosphere shifted, thickening with a suffocating tension. He turned a corner, and there it was, the River Styx, its waters dark and swirling, a haunting reflection of the moon above. He felt an urge to rush past, to ignore its pull, yet a strange curiosity drew him closer. The tales of Charon echoed in his mind, the stories of souls lost, of those who had dared to cross and were never seen again. Suddenly, a rustling came from the shadows. Heart pounding, Marcus spun around, eyes wide with fear. Was it a spirit? A phantom? He strained to see, but only the cold night air met him. The fear of the unknown gripped him, a tangible force that made his breath quicken. He recalled the words of an old woman he had once encountered, a seer who had warned him of the dangers that awaited those who dared to disrespect the Styx. To mock the dead is to invite their wrath, she had said, her eyes swirling with the knowledge of ages. Marcus took a step back, the ground beneath him firm yet trembling with the weight of unseen souls. With every heartbeat, he felt the past and present collide, the stories of his ancestors weaving through time, each one a thread in the tapestry of fate. The fear of the unknown loomed large, wrapping around him like a constricting vine, urging him to flee, yet something held him there, rooted in place. He remembered the words of the poet, who wrote of the Styx as both a boundary and a bridge, a passage not just between life and death, but between human understanding and the vast mysteries that lay beyond. As he stood at the river's edge, the waters whispered secrets, their murmur like a call to the brave and the foolish alike. Fear danced in his chest, a wild creature thrumming with energy, but so too did an insatiable curiosity that yearned to know what lay on the other side. With one last glance over his shoulder, recalling the faces of those he had loved, Marcus felt a pull, a stirring in his very soul. The fear of the unknown tugged at him, but the promise of discovery beckoned just as strongly. The Styx called out, a siren song woven into the fabric of existence, and for a fleeting moment, he stood on the precipice of both fear and wonder. The night deepened, and with it, the shadows grew longer, wrapping around him, holding him captive in a world where the unseen churned just beneath the surface, waiting for the next soul brave enough to cross. A river flows silently under a pale moon, its waters dark and reflective, holding the weight of countless secrets. This is no ordinary river. It is the Styx, the ancient boundary between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. For ages, it has whispered tales of lost souls and their tragic fates, a solemn reminder that life is fleeting and death inevitable. In the shadows of this mythical river, a legacy begins to take shape, a legacy that will ripple through the very fabric of Western literature. As the centuries turned, the story of the Styx flowed like ink on parchment, inspiring poets, playwrights, and novelists who sought to capture its haunting essence. In the drama of ancient Greece, the Styx became a symbol of fear and reverence. The great poet Homer, with his vivid descriptions, painted a chilling picture of the afterlife. The passage of souls over the Styx became a rite of passage, a journey marked by the coin placed under the tongue, a final payment for Charon, the grim ferryman. This image struck a chord, resonating deeply with the collective psyche of humanity. Moving through the ages, the river's influence seeped into the works of later writers like Virgil. In the Aeneid, the Styx transformed into a threshold of moral reckoning. Here, the hero Aeneas encounters the spirits of the dead, each one telling a story of unfulfilled ambition and sorrow. The river serves as a mirror reflecting the consequences of one's actions, a theme that reverberates through time. As readers, one cannot help but shudder at the realization that every choice carries weight, an echo of the Styx lurking behind every decision. Shakespeare, too, found inspiration in this watery muse. The bard's tragedies often dance on the edge of life and death, with characters grappling with fate as though it were an unseen current pulling them toward an inevitable doom. In Hamlet, the eponymous prince muses on mortality, pondering what lies beyond the grave. The Styx lingers in the background, a haunting reminder that every life is touched by darkness. The connection between love and loss, triumph and tragedy, becomes a powerful undercurrent in Shakespeare's works, a legacy rooted in the depths of the river. As time marched on, the Styx's legacy morphed, weaving its way into the fabric of existential thought. The 19th century brought with it a wave of literary exploration, where writers like Melville and Hawthorne grappled with themes of despair and the human condition. In Moby Dick, the great whale embodies the chaotic forces of nature, much like the Styx symbolizes the unknown. The struggle against fate becomes palpable, a reminder that the river flows ever onward, indifferent to human suffering. Poets of the Romantic era found solace in the darkness of the Styx, using it as a metaphor for the sublime. Wordsworth and Keats painted their verses with the brush of longing and loss, capturing the essence of life's transient beauty. The river became a symbol of mystery, its depths filled with both despair and hope. In their hands, the Styx transformed into something more than just a boundary. It became a place of reflection, a canvas for the inner turmoil of the human soul. The 20th century brought a new wave of writers who delved into the psychological aspects of existence. The Styx now represented the subconscious fears that haunted humanity. Franz Kafka's characters, often trapped in absurd situations, found themselves standing at the edge of an uncertain world. The river became a metaphor for the struggles within, a reminder that the boundary between sanity and madness is as thin as the mist rising from its surface. The legacy of the Styx loomed large, shaping the existential battles that raged within the pages of modern literature. As the echoes of the past intertwine with the present, the Styx continues to inspire new generations. Contemporary authors grapple with the same themes of mortality, despair, and the quest for meaning. The river's shadow looms over Gothic fiction, where dark tales of haunted souls and restless spirits remind us that the past is never truly gone. In the works of Neil Gaiman and Stephen King, the Styx becomes a backdrop for the horrors lurking just beyond the veil of reality, a chilling reminder that the line between life and death is often blurred. The legacy of the Styx is more than just a story. It is an enduring thread that binds the tapestry of Western literature. Each author who has dared to dip their pen into its dark waters has added their voice to the chorus of humanity's struggles against the unknown. The river flows on, carrying with it the weight of dreams and nightmares, of love and loss. It whispers to those who dare to listen, urging them to confront the shadows that reside within. The Styx is not merely a passage to the afterlife. It is a reflection of the human experience, a reminder that, in the end, we all must face the currents of our own making. And as the moonlight dances on the surface of the Styx, one can almost hear the soft murmurs of those long gone, their stories intertwining with the living. The river is alive with emotion, its depths rich with history, and the legacy it leaves behind is one that will forever echo in the hearts and minds of those who dare to engage with its haunting beauty. The journey is not over. The river still flows, and its tales continue to weave through the fabric of time, beckoning those who seek to understand the fragile nature of existence. In the twilight of the city, shadows stretched long against the cobbled streets, whispering secrets of ages past. A chill hung in the air, as if the very atmosphere held its breath, waiting. As night fell, stories of the River Styx, once a treacherous barrier between the living and the dead, began to echo through the alleyways like haunting lullabies. The River Styx, a dark and murky stream in Greek mythology, was said to separate the world of the living from the realm of the dead. It was a place where lost souls floated, their fate sealed by the toll of Charon, the grim ferryman. Modern interpretations of this ancient lore have transformed the River Styx into a potent symbol of eternal torment, a reflection of humanity's ever-present fear of death and the unknown. In the art that sprang from the imaginations of contemporary creators, the imagery of the river shifted from a mere myth to a vivid representation of the inner struggles faced by individuals. The weight of unresolved guilt, the haunting echoes of past mistakes, and the dread of what lies beyond this life became intertwined with the flowing waters of that forsaken river. In galleries around the world, artists painted surreal landscapes where the River Styx twisted and turned, its waters a reflective black, mirroring the turbulent emotions of those who sought to understand their demons. Bright colors were replaced by deep blues and blacks, creating a sense of unease that seeped into the viewer's soul. Each brushstroke told a story of despair, as figures waded through the murky depths, their faces etched with sorrow. The viewers felt a strange tugging at their hearts, a reminder of their own inner turmoil, a connection to the eternal struggle that defined the human experience. Amidst the swirling colors and ghostly figures, there was an unsettling sense of recognition. Charon, with his hollow gaze and skeletal frame, became a figure of empathy rather than fear. He was no longer just a ferryman. He was the embodiment of our own regrets, the keeper of our unacknowledged grief. Interpretations of his character in modern literature painted him as a misunderstood soul, forced to carry the weight of countless lives across the river, reminding us that even those who seem monstrous may hold stories of profound sorrow. As twilight deepened, a murmuring crowd gathered at a local theater, where a play based on the ancient myth would unfold. The stage, adorned with flowing fabric to mimic the river's currents, glimmered under dim lights, casting an ethereal glow. The actors, adorned in tattered costumes and painted in shades of gray, embodied the souls trapped on the banks of the Styx, their voices rising in a haunting chorus that echoed the anguish of lost lives. Each performance drew the audience deeper into a web of emotion, where laughter turned to tears and moments of stillness sparked a cacophony of thoughts about mortality and the choices that shape existence. In the front row, a young woman gripped the armrest tightly, her heart racing in rhythm with the rising tension on stage. As the climax approached, she could almost feel the cold water splashing against her skin, the weight of the river pulling her closer, forcing her to confront her own fears. The characters, trapped in their own cycles of torment, mirrored her worries. Her unfulfilled dreams and the shadows of past decisions loomed over her like a dark cloud. The play, while a modern interpretation, resonated with the very essence of the ancient myth, sparking an understanding that transcended time. In literature, the River Styx often re-emerged as a metaphor for the emotional weight that humanity carries. Writers spun tales of characters who found themselves at the river's edge, grappling with decisions that would shape their lives for eternity. The abyss beckoned them, promising either redemption or despair. Readers found themselves immersed in these narratives, feeling the pulse of each word as it mirrored their own struggles, their own moments of reckoning. The river became a symbol not just of death, but of the choices that lead to our own personal hells. In the dark corners of social media, discussions blossomed around the themes of the River Styx and eternal torment. Hashtags filled with tales of personal struggles and triumphs connected people worldwide, each sharing their own metaphorical journeys across the river. The idea that one could emerge from the depths of despair to find light had never been more appealing. As voices rose in unity, they echoed the sentiment that while the river may be treacherous, it is also a place of transformation, a doorway to resilience. Yet, with every rise comes a fall. The shadows of the River Styx still loomed large in the lives of many. Families torn apart by grief and loss often found themselves standing at the metaphorical river's edge, unable to move forward. The stories of those trapped in cycles of pain surfaced, revealing the heavy toll that unresolved sorrow can take. It was as if the river's current pulled them back, forcing them to relive their anguish time and again, a cycle that felt impossible to break. As the moon hung high and bright, reflecting off the dark waters of the River Styx, the crowd at the theater erupted into applause. They were not just clapping for the performance. They were acknowledging the universal truths of love, loss, and the haunting specter of mortality. Each heartbeat echoed the realization that the river was not merely a boundary between life and death, but a reminder of the fragility of existence. The emotions swelled once more, connecting everyone in that room, not just through appreciation for the art, but through shared human experience. In this world that kept spinning, the River Styx began to redefine itself, transcending its ancient roots. It became a canvas colored by modern fears and hopes, each interpretation layered with the emotions of those who encountered it. The eternal torment of the river was no longer a solitary journey. It was a collective experience, weaving through the lives of all who dared to confront their shadows. And as the actors took their final bows, the spectators were left with a gnawing sense of anticipation. What awaited them beyond the river, beyond the curtain, was still unknown, and the story was far from over. The river flowed silently, a dark ribbon slicing through the realm of the dead, where shadows whispered tales of the past. Charon, the grim ferryman, stood at the water's edge, waiting, his skeletal hand clutching an oar that had guided countless souls. As he prepared to transport the departed, the weight of their stories lingered in the air, heavy as the mist that cloaked the shores of the Styx. Artists throughout the ages have wrestled with this haunting river, capturing its essence in brushes, chisels, and modern mediums, each interpretation echoing the eternal struggle between life and death. In the ancient world, the Styx was not merely a river, it was a boundary. The Greeks regarded it with a reverence tinged with fear, believing it to be the ultimate divide between the living and the dead. From the masterpieces of Hades painted on pottery to the intricate sculptures that adorn temples, the Styx has been a poignant subject. The pots, often depicting Charon ferrying souls, sparkled with stories of longing and despair, their glossy surfaces a stark contrast to the grim reality they illustrated. The figures, rendered in stark black and red, seem to gaze out at us from their painted confines, an ancient reminder of humanity's shared fate. As centuries turned, the Styx transformed in the eyes of artists, evolving from a somber passage to a canvas of emotion. In the Renaissance, the river became a metaphor. Artists like Sandro Botticelli painted the mystical nativity, where the boundary between life and death was blurred, the Styx symbolizing the passage of Christ from mortal to divine. The wave of emotion in his work was palpable. The figures, caught in a moment of divine ecstasy, seemed to rise from the depths, reaching for salvation. It was as if Botticelli was challenging the viewer, asking them to confront their own mortality through the lens of beauty. Fast forward to the 19th century, and the Styx finds itself in the grasp of symbolism. Gustave Moreau's haunting paintings evoke the essence of the river, swirling with color and emotion, a stark contrast to the darkness we associate with death. His Orpheus draped itself in myth and mystique, capturing not just a passage but a profound journey of the soul. The river became a swirling vortex of thoughts and dreams, pulling viewers into a realm where the boundaries of existence faded, merging life's vibrancy with the stillness of death. With the dawn of modern art, the Styx began to shift from a literal representation to an exploration of the human psyche. Artists like Salvador Dali infused the notion of the Styx into surreal landscapes, presenting it as a complex symbol of fear and desire. His works danced on the edges of madness, blurring reality with imagination. In Dream caused by the flight of a bee around a pomegranate a second before awakening, the Styx becomes not just a river, but an emotional current, a bridge between dreams and reality, grief and joy. As the 20th century unfolded, the Styx took on new forms and meanings. Abstract expressionists embraced its chaotic energy, translating the tumultuous waters into splashes of color that resonated with the anxieties of a post-war world. Artists like Jackson Pollock seemed to channel the spirit of the Styx through their frenetic brushstrokes, capturing the turmoil of existence. Each dribble of paint spoke to the chaos of emotions, echoing the feelings of those who stood on its banks, caught between the longing for life and the inevitability of death. Contemporary artists have approached the Styx with a blend of nostalgia and innovation. Installation art has allowed them to recreate the river's haunting presence in immersive experiences. At art fairs and galleries, viewers find themselves walking along simulated shores, where sounds of water lap against the edges, and flickering lights mimic the reflections of lost souls. These installations stir emotions, forcing visitors to confront their own relationships with mortality. They stand, transfixed, pondering what it means to cross that boundary, teetering between life and the unknown. In the realm of digital art, the Styx has morphed yet again, becoming a backdrop for narratives and games that tackle profound themes of life and death. Video games like Journey and Gree echo the essence of the Styx, inviting players to traverse metaphorical rivers of grief and joy. These interactive experiences pull at the heartstrings, as players navigate through landscapes infused with emotion, reflecting the complexities of human existence. The Styx, once a simple river, transforms into an interactive bridge connecting souls from the past to the present. As artists continue to grapple with the concept of the Styx, glimpses of the river reveal the eternal struggle and transformation of the human spirit. It becomes a mirror reflecting our fears, hopes, and dreams, a reminder that death is not the end but rather a passage. Each artistic interpretation, whether painted, sculpted, or digitally rendered, captures the essence of that journey, stirring a deep emotional response in those who dare to engage with it. The echoes of the Styx resonate through time, a river that flows not just through the underworld, but through the very heart of humanity. Each brushstroke, each pixel, each sculpted figure tells a story, weaving together the threads of existence. The artists, whether ancient or modern, become the ferrymen of emotion, transporting us across the water's surface to confront our own mortality. As they lead us along that dark path, we are left with an insatiable thirst for understanding, a curiosity about what lies beyond the shimmering surface and the stories yet to be told. The river flowed quietly under a blanket of stars, its waters shimmering like liquid silver, whispering secrets to the night. It was the Styx, the ancient boundary between the world of the living and the realm of the dead, a name that has echoed through centuries, conjuring images of shadowy figures and fateful journeys. Charon, the silent ferryman, stood at the water's edge, his eyes like twin voids, waiting to transport wandering souls to their eternal rest. This scene, steeped in a haunting beauty, is not just a mere figment of myth, but a powerful symbol rooted deeply in human imagination. Thoughts of the Styx provoke a primal chill, a recognition of humanity's fears and wonders surrounding death and the afterlife. Throughout history, cultures have woven their tales around this river, holding it as a sacred thread connecting the known with the unknown. In ancient Greece, it was said that the waters of the Styx held magical properties, capable of granting invulnerability to those who dared to bathe in its depths. Heroes sought it out, mothers prayed over it, and philosophers pondered its meaning. Yet, to touch the Styx was to court danger. The river was as much a protector as it was a harbinger of doom. The mythological weight of the Styx is heavy, carrying with it the burden of countless souls. Each wave that lapped against the shore told stories of those who had crossed, the unending mourn of whispers echoing the names of lost loved ones. The ancients believed that a coin placed on the eyes of the deceased would ensure safe passage across the river. This small act, born from fear and hope, highlighted the terrible beauty of mortality, a reminder that life is fleeting, yet the desire for connection remains eternal. In Rome, as the empire flourished, the Styx transformed from a quiet river to a bustling highway of the dead. The Romans adopted and adapted the myths, crafting elaborate funerary rites that celebrated both life and death. The river became a backdrop for philosophical debates, discussions about the soul, and what lay beyond. The very thought of crossing the Styx brought with it a sense of urgency, a reminder that time is a thief, stealing moments faster than one could grasp. As poets penned their verses, they captured the essence of humanity's relationship with death, imbuing the Styx with a sense of reverence and fear. Even today, the Styx captivates the imagination, appearing in literature, art, and film, echoing through the ages in the collective conscience. Its essence is woven into the fabric of storytelling, a metaphor for transitions, endings, and new beginnings. Think of the countless retellings of the myth Orpheus, who ventured to reclaim his beloved Eurydice, only to lose her again to the darkness of the underworld. The tragedy of his journey resonates, a reminder that love and loss are intertwined, just as life and death are inextricably linked. As the river flows, so does the passage of time. The Styx remains a powerful symbol in contemporary discussions about mortality. It has been invoked in debates about the afterlife, spirituality, and what it means to truly live. The river draws people to ponder their own existence, to reflect on their choices and the legacies they leave behind. In a world filled with uncertainty, the Styx offers both comfort and fear, a reminder that while life is beautiful, it is also painfully brief. The very name evokes a shiver, a feeling that lingers long after the story is told. For centuries, the Styx has served as a mirror to humanity's innermost thoughts, a reflection of our deepest fears and desires. It reminds us that beneath the surface of daily life lies an eternal mystery, a journey we all must take, one way or another. The river stands not just as a boundary, but as a bridge between our understanding and the unknown. The tales surrounding the Styx are also a testament to human creativity. Artists have depicted it in countless paintings, writers have shaped it into poems, and musicians have turned its essence into haunting melodies. Each interpretation adds a layer to its legacy, weaving a tapestry rich with emotion. The Styx is not merely a river. It is a symbol of transitions, of the human condition, and of the eternal dance between light and shadow. In the shadows of the night, as the stars twinkle above, it's easy to feel the weight of those who have come before, their presence lingering like a soft breeze. The stories of the Styx invite reflection on our own lives, the paths we walk, the decisions we make, and the people we love. In the end, it's a journey shared by all, whether we choose to embrace it or flee from its inevitability. The Styx stands as a reminder that while death is a certainty, it does not define the entirety of existence. Each soul that crosses its waters carries with it a story, a tapestry of memories, dreams, and unfulfilled hopes. The ferryman's silent vigil continues, as he guides each spirit to their final resting place, forever a guardian of the bridge between worlds. In the distance, the river flows onward, its currents carrying the weight of history, myth, and the unquenchable human spirit. The Styx endures, a powerful emblem of what it means to be alive, to experience love, sorrow, joy, and grief. It compels us to confront our own mortality, to honor those who have come before us, and to seek meaning in the time we have left. Ultimately, as the night deepens and the stars flicker overhead, one cannot help but wonder what lies beyond the horizon, in the still, waiting waters of the Styx.